Desk, a SportsCenter update on 1080 The Fan.
Ryan Buckley with this SportsCenter update first on The Fan. Big news in the NBA today as Spurs head coach Greg Popovich has announced his retirement after nearly 3 decades with the franchise. Pop finished his career with 5 NBA titles and the most wins of any coach in league history. Interim head coach Mitch Johnson has already been promoted to take over the head coaching role moving forward. On the hardwood tonight, just one game as the Warriors look to eliminate the Rockets in Game 6. They'll tip it off in the Bay Area at 6 o'clock on ESPN. On the ice tonight, the Jets look to close out the Blues in St. Louis. Puck drops for Game 6 at 5 o'clock on TNT. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Ryan Buckley, the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work, insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
Your favorite fan shows are on YouTube. Mash the subscribe button and like us for live streaming video and 1080 The Fan on demand.
What's the most resilient parasite?
Primetime with Isaac and Sue.
Can build cities, can transform the world, and rewrite all the rules.
That's what I'll be doing every single night.
Which is why... No! I have to steal it.
What are you talking about, Willis?
This is Primetime with Isaac and Sue.
It's gonna work. It's passable, okay? This isn't terrible.
The best in local, regional, and national sports. With no hidden agenda. Primetime with Isaac and Sue on 1080 The Fan.
Hey, what it do? What is up? What's going on? Good Friday. It's me, Rob, and Patrick Harris is over there. He invited himself back, and we did not lock him out in time, so he is here.
You know, I left on Wednesday feeling pretty darn proud of myself. We were laughing about Sam Elliott stuff.
Yeah.
And it was like, we'll have to, work on this. And I was like, yeah, we'll do it on Friday. And you were like, yeah, that sounds great. And I was like, coming back. Got him.
But see, after this segment, I'm moving over.
Yeah.
And I'm mailing it in. I'm just telling you that right now.
I can't wait for it.
Probably be good.
You will become a guest on your own show. Can you be the most famous guest on your own show?
No.
Because that's how I was going to start today.
I shouldn't say that because our new boss is here. Hey, well, I have an announcement. So I wanted to usher in the program today because this is a big deal. The Fan, 1080 The Fan, hit the airwaves as an all-sports station in 1990. So it has been 35 years. It is the longest-running all-sports station on the West Coast.
Booyah.
And a lot of us here at The Fan, I know I speak for Souk and me and I'm sure Sprague and Dirt and everybody here. Swag's been here forever. We all love this radio station.
Mm-hmm.
And it was a blow to us when our fearless leader, Jeff Baton Rouge, announced that he was retiring. And rightly so. I mean, he's kind of old.
He hired me, so I'm like married to him.
Yeah,
he was like my only friend in the building.
He's great. Dude, look, Jeff was here for 17 years. His second stint was 17 years, 2008. So much of Souk and I's tenure together, he was our leader, and he was a very steady hand at 1080 The Fan. As a matter of fact, I was counting today. So the station launched in 1990. The program director was Scott Masteller. He was followed by Alan Davis, who hired me. Dennis Glasgow was here. Then Jeff, and now our fifth. Well, this will be our fifth leader
in 35
years. We're like the Pittsburgh Steelers. So, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, I'm going to introduce him because he's sitting there and he's being very quiet, and he's not normally very quiet. The new leader at 1080 The Fan is, you know him well, Fan Man Dusty Hera.
Baby!
Yes! Dude, congratulations, man.
Hey, thank you. Y'all are fired, but no.
Well, that's great. Do we get to go home now? You got 4 more hours in you?
No, thank you very much. I mean, it's exciting. I'm excited for this. It's a great opportunity, and as you said, like the stability that we've had in this position for so many years. 35 years, like I remember when the Fan launched, and I was like, yeah.
How old were you?
I was like 6 years old, but my dad was a college football coach, so that's all we would ever listen to in the truck it was all sports all the time. And it was something that I grew up with. And then my first car only had AM radio. So it was like I was
1520, right?
I was listening to 1520, and then it went to 910.
910, yeah.
And then now we're at 1080, and so it's kind of always been a part of me. And I interned here, and then Jeff, I was Jeff's first hire.
Yeah.
Our old Jeff Baton Rouge.
Do you think he knew when he hired you that he was hiring his replacement?
Absolutely not. There was not probably a thought in his head that went that way.
Okay, so that's it's interesting because, one, I think a lot of guys at the Fan, including, and again, I'm going to speak for Suk because we've talked about it, they didn't want an outside guy coming in, or gal. Because, right, because it's a very unique radio station and a unique relationship with a unique city. And nobody knows that better than you.
Yeah.
Based on what you just said. So, like, you're fresh, you're new, but you've also been here and you also know the history. You're the perfect guy for this job, man.
Well, thank you.
And I'm really happy for you. And let me tell you something. The guys at the station respect you, and you're very well liked.
Very.
So and I'm being very serious. This is great. I'm really happy for you. And I think the station's going to be great with you as its leader.
I think so too. As big potatoes and small potatoes, it's what makes the most sense. It's very comforting, you know. And we're not here to blow smoke up Boss's booty, but it's like somebody kind of whispered in my ear on Tuesday when we were doing the baseball show that this might be a possibility, and I kind of went home at night and went, "Ooh, that feels nice."
Yeah,
that feels nice.
Yeah,
and that's kind of the thing about where the station is at too right now is that, look, we've got a really good thing rolling, and we can, it's not like a rebuild. It's like we can retool some things, make it more fun, and build a lot more at the Fan and make it bigger and better. Let's go. And Jeff did, like what Jeff Austin did when he hired me. There's only 5 of us working at the station.
Mm-hmm.
And
I remember. I'm a P1. I remember new fan man producer of Primetime.
There were only 3 full-time employees. It was you, Suk, and Swigard.
Yep.
We're the only full-time employees when I was hired at the station, and I think it was Demers, me, and then Jeff Russ. So there were 6 of us. There were 6 people working at the entire station. And what Jeff did to build this station up to where it's at right now, it's incredible, man, because we have 3 local shows now, which have 3 people on each one of those shows. We have our weekly shows like the Hot Corner, like the recruiting show. We have 2 weekend shows now. Like what he was able to kind of hand over on a silver platter is really damn impressive in the city of Portland that has 4 sports stations, and this one has been the original, and he made it the king.
Yeah, he's built a huge stable of talent. And that's, listeners may take that for granted. That's why we love the station. It's like there's been a lot of continuity here.
Yeah.
And it's still grown with that continuity. There's a lot of stations that's just turnover after turnover after turnover, and new show here, new show there. And that's not been the case on the Fan. I mean, we've had some. I mean, you had a few, but I mean, other than that, dude, it's been real steady. So, and there's exciting things coming too, which we can't talk about.
That's right.
Yeah, like for that example, not to make this about me, but I'm going to make it about me.
Let's go.
I've been here for 10 years, and I'm the 3rd newest on-air talent. Joe Fisher was a year after me, and Danny Meringue.
Wow.
Dirt and Sprague were here when I got here. Oh, Nemec, yes.
too.
I always
Nemec
forget
too.
my good buddy Nemec. But Dirt and Sprague were here.
Yeah. That's
Dusty
great.
was here. You 2 were here.
Well, somebody has to be a steward of the Fan and protect us from Odyssey. And that's what we're expecting from you.
Look, I will be your human shield.
Don't be a corporate guy, okay?
That's my job, is to be your human shield.
Are we going to see him in a suit?
And
Are
a
you gonna wear
corporate
tie?
guy. Absolutely not. You won't see that. But, I mean, to the point of what both of you guys are talking about, we got great people here. And that's the most exciting part for me is that, look, it's not something that I set out to do when you enter this industry, but this was the right time because I care about this station, this brand, and the people that work here a lot.
Can I ask a real question for you?
Yeah.
Like, I'm going to kind of treat this a little bit as an interview. When did this potential future of yours kind of come into your mind? Was this something like you've been thinking about for years? Like, hey, this could be my career path? Was it something that kind of sparked on when we learned about Jeff? Or, like, walk me through what made Dusty go, it's time to put down the mic and it's time to go to work.
Well, I did. I mean, I've done I don't want to,
No, you're fine.
But
you
I've
can
done
too.
like everything
Yeah.
there is to do here. Like Rop, you've done a lot of the same, but it's so far in your rearview mirror that you forgot everything that you did. But when you start here, you start pushing buttons, working games on the weekend where you're not even on the air, and then you do updates, and then you do weekends, and then you do, the play-by-play of high school football, and then you
Not me.
get in. Not you. You were too busy playing
I
old
put
man
my foot down.
baseball.
I was like, nope, not doing that.
But then you do, hosting a daily show, and it's like when you have all of that experience and like you've gone through, it's like the Andy Dufresne, you're going through the S-pipe and trying to get out on the other side. You've experienced a lot, and I've been here for 17 years now, so it's like I've seen a lot of how this station works, and I've got to be completely honest. When we were all surprised when Jeff told us like he was going to be retiring.
I think we knew it was a possibility, but didn't realize the trigger was being pulled.
And when he talked to us about it, I was like, damn, like this. This is a big surprise.
Right.
So it was not in my mind of like something that I was going to be aspiring to do. And it really was, after Isaac and Suk had their meeting with Jeff, Suk came up to me and he goes, "You should throw your hat in." I was like, "What?" And then I sat back and I thought about it, and I thought about where the station's at. I thought about where we're at, and exactly what you said, Isaac, in that somebody from the outside is going to want to come in and change so much that makes this station amazing what it is.
Get Rop on the clock first and foremost.
Yeah, we can't have that.
We're going to do it. But it's also understanding what Portland is and what this station needs to go up to the next level. And, it's that's kind of really when it started. And then you start thinking about all of the things that you've never really thought about before, like about the business side of it. And that was started to really intrigue me more and more. And so it's been about a month and a half of really diving in and
now you get to see what everyone makes.
Yeah,
See who's grossly overpaid.
I
Grossly underpaid.
And underpaid, yes.
Yeah, I get to know everything about you guys. Like it's
our files.
I got all of the files, and look, some are larger than others.
Well, look, just
with
so
HR complaints.
Just so you know, I had about 2 meetings a year with Jeff.
Yeah.
All right. And walking in, they were the biggest meetings of my life, and he didn't care. So it'll be easy for you.
So wait, okay, so let's get to a lot of people are asking on the text line, and this is the elephant in the room. You're leaving your show.
I am. Yeah, I will be. That's the other. It's a weird part about this is that one of the first things that I'm going to be doing is figuring out who I'm going to hire to replace me. Which we're going to be setting a high bar to stumble over. But that is one of the things that came with it is, when there's a lot to do in this role, and that's a tough thing that I had to kind of grapple with on what I wanted to do, because you will work to host a show and to be on the air, but it was an easier decision than I thought it would be because of the fact that the station is a really good spot. My partner is awesome to work with, and finding somebody to work with him is not going to be hard in Danny, but it is I care a whole hell of a lot about the station, so it was kind of easy to do.
And you probably have big ideas.
I do.
Hell
big
yeah.
ones.
Dude, congrats.
Hell yeah.
Really happy
thank
for
you, man.
Yeah, and I think the fan is in good hands. Hell, the fan is in his name. He's the
He
fan
is
man.
the fan man.
Of course the fan man takes
Well,
over.
did you know that when you gave me that nickname 15 years ago
It's
that this
all-
was going to be the path?
It's all
That
been
you were
ordered.
nicknaming your future boss.
Yeah, it was all part of the plan. Jeff and I, we conjured that up.
Yeah, you guys all did
way
that,
back
huh?
then, yeah.
All right.
Well, we look forward to ignoring your emails.
Good, yeah. This was the big question is Big GM Cooley.
Yeah.
We were talking before the show, and I was like,
Small in stature, big in role.
do we roll it out on Danny and Dusty? And I was like, I'm not just going to be like, hey, guess what I
Guess
did?
what I'm doing? Yeah.
Guess how cool I am.
Yeah.
And he goes, I mean, you guys
I'm
can.
Miles Davis.
That's up to you guys. He goes, but do you really think Isaac is going to make it through the day without, saying
Yeah.
something? I go, well, I mean, the greatest possibility is he didn't read his email.
I saw it.
and then he goes, Buck definitely read his emails, though, so he's probably going to tell him.
Yeah.
Is
I
that
saw
what
it.
happened?
Which is funny. Buck
No, I
did
read
not
my
read
email.
his
Because
email.
I did not.
We
read my
told
email.
Buck when he walked in.
Yeah.
I read my email. Dude, really happy for you.
Thank you.
Somebody asks, Dusty management style, more Greg Popovich or Neil Olshey?
Well, one's a coach and the other's a GM.
I guess I'll go.
Both managers in their own ways.
I guess I'll go Pop because I don't want to be Neil O'Shea.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
You don't have the vocabulary to be Neil O'Shea.
First order of business, move Suk and I to weekends.
Yeah. Well,
We've got to bifurcate those two things.
in addition to Monday through Friday. Yeah.
You
Seven
guys
days.
are 7 days a
7
week
days
now?
a week.
Oh my god. Well, dude, again, happy for you. Welcome to the big chair. That's gonna be great. I know you got a lot to do. He's already got 4 corporate emails. He said.
Yeah.
So here it goes.
It comes when
You're in it.
life comes at you fast, man.
And,
yeah, we're in it.
Yeah, so if you're just tuning in, Dusty Hera, the new brand manager at 1080 The Fan.
All right.
How's that feel? You sexy bastard.
Feels good.
You wife taking you out to dinner tonight? Leave the kids at home?
Dude, I've got 2 kids. You know how this goes.
I-
Like, it is. We've got soccer practice tonight. There's going to be.
Dude, you need to cancel everything. There needs to be
There's
a
gonna be
nice
some-
bottle of Cavassier, throw yourself a warm
Ooh,
bath,
it's a
and then you're the lady tonight.
Some PD sex. All right, man.
Dude, don't call it that.
What?
That makes it just sound sad. Like it's just sad now.
Well, you know. I don't
You
know.
stand on the clock, Mr. Hera?
Yeah. Yeah, we're on the
when
clock.
are you leaving? When are you leaving your show? Like, what are we doing with that? When are you
Look,
leaving?
I'm still going to be hosting until we
Until you
find
get
a
someone in
replacement. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So I don't know what that timeline's going to look like. But we're going to try to move. We're going to try to move fast.
Okay, man.
All right. Appreciate you guys.
Ladies and gentlemen, Dusty Hera,
Thank you.
fan leader.
Do we have to change his last name now
Wow. Oh, Jeff
for
did.
secrecy?
Yeah. Jeff was, well, I don't want to say his real name, but Jeff Austin is not his real name.
Yeah.
Well, dude, do I just go different casino names? Because you got Hera's Casino.
Dusty Caesars? Dusty Venetian?
Dusty Hooters.
That's what I'm talking about.
That's what I'm talking about.
All right.
All right, see, Dusty, thank you.
Bye. Thank you.
Patrick, you're taking over.
Yeah. Oakley Dokley. We do got a
Apparently
show.
we have like an NBA show.
Yeah, we do have a show for you today. There's a lot to get to. We got a fun surprise at the 5 o'clock hour that was sprung on me that I think Isaac is more excited about than anything. So we'll have some fun in the 5 o'clock hour. Plus, we'll have the club hour at 6 o'clock in the news. Everything you're used to. This is Prime Time with Harris and Rop on 1080 The Fan.
Yeah.
All right, 322 here, Portland Sports Leader. Don't you forget it. We are live from the shadows of the historic Fremont Bridge. The new era has begun as Dusty Caesars is now in charge.
Yeah.
I'm kind of into this hotel or the casino thing.
Yeah, no, that's great.
I'm into it.
It's a great
Dusty
bit.
Cosmopolitan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dusty Mandalay Bay.
Dusty Win.
Dusty
Win.
Circus.
Dusty Aria. Dusty Circus Circus.
Yeah, when things are really off the rails, he's Dusty Circus.
Dusty Spirit Mountain.
What's the one downtown with the pool up top? Circa?
Dusty Circa.
Dusty Circa.
Doesn't Circa have the best sports book?
Oh, I mean, I think they claim to.
Yeah, or they claim to.
Well, they have the night swim thing where it's the pool, but also the sports.
Okay.
Giant screen, so you can watch games.
Dusty Excalibur.
Ooh, Luxor, Dusty Luxor.
Dusty Luxor.
Sounds like a wrestler.
Dusty Golden
It sounds like a
Nugget.
male stripper.
Dusty Luxor, stripper, male stripper.
Well, just like
it is exciting times here.
It
at
is.
The Fan.
It is.
And Jeff was. We love Jeff, but we were just. I think everybody here is really relieved that somebody is taking over who keeps the continuity of Jeff.
Well, you kind of mentioned how this is just such a unique place, and we just went through it with resident Red Sox fan Ryan Cooley. That Kim was pretty great, and we all really enjoyed Kim and loved what she did for this place. And when she was bouncing, it was kind of like, oh man. And then when we heard Cooley was going for it, it was kind of like, man, I really, really hope. Just because it gives you that stability,
Local guy.
Yeah.
Been here.
Somebody
knows
that knows it, because it's right. Like we talk about this with sports all the time. This market is such a weird, different, intricate market, okay? We have one professional sports team in the Portland Trail Blazers. We have an MLS team that's won a cup and been to 2 finals, but doesn't gain a lot of traction in what we do. And, the Winterhawks do well, but also doesn't gain a lot of traction in what we do. And so it's just this weird kind of, I don't want to say peaks and valleys, but just this weird kind of beast that we live in.
It's very unique.
Very.
And, I don't think, well, I know that Suk and I's show specifically would not work in a lot of markets, but it works in Portland. Not to say that we would do the same show if we got a job in, I don't know, some other city that has a bunch of pro sports. Like, we're not stupid.
Right.
At the same time, I would say that this market, at least for me, it's just the perfect market because I don't think it's a huge sports market.
But it's top 25, right? Something like that.
Well, I mean, like just passion, like over the top with, like if you go to Philly, dude, you better beat the Eagles drum and the Sixers drum and like that's just the traditional sports radio. Put it this way, the non-traditional sports radio works here because it's just a different city. It's more, it's unique. It's socially conscious. It's not as rah-rah about their teams, although, of course, the Blazers
right.
Timbers, but that's not an everyday topic. So it's kind of been the perfect market to create a station like this. Like, and the people have responded to it. I've always thought that you could do a station like this or shows like ours or Dirt and Sprague or whomever in anywhere, because there's enough people that like that style that you'd be fine. Okay.
It doesn't always have to be yelling into the microphone about Joel Embiid's contract.
See, I don't know about you. I've always said, and I am not shy about saying, I think traditional most sports radio sucks. It bores the S out of me.
A lot of the national stuff is really difficult to listen to.
And that's part of why our show is the way it is just like, well, okay, one we're going to be ourselves, and two, let's just do something that I don't want to do the same stuff everybody else does, right? So that kind of has permeated, and I don't think that can happen in all markets because people aren't just going to give it a chance in all markets. But I do think that if it's done well enough, there are listeners for it. It's like restaurants, It's like you have 5 different Italian restaurants. You like one, dislike another. It's okay. It's what your preference is. I just feel like this radio station over the years has really developed into something very cool, but it is also very unique for the town that it's in.
I think we also get a little lucky that you can look at people like, Buck, who's a Bay Area guy, but went to school up here. You are from the Midwest. But then, Jason and I are from here. Andy and Brandon, well, I guess Brandon's from up north, but Andy and I, we're from here. But because we don't have that built-in infrastructure, it lets everyone be really loose. Like Jason's a diehard Detroit Red Wings fan. I'm a diehard Cleveland Guardians fan. We have that opportunity because we're not in Seattle, LA, Houston, Chicago.
I've always hated the idea of being an out-of-market host, getting a job in a different market. Where
Like you moved to Chicago. Now
Yeah.
you have to do
No,
all Bears, all
and
Bulls,
then
all White
this
Sox,
is what I'm
all
saying.
Cubs.
I've always hated the idea of hosts who were fans growing up of, say, I'm a Royals and Jayhawks fan, and then I go to Chicago and all of a sudden I'm this rah-rah Bears guy.
And White Sox fan.
People do that
Yeah.
all over the country, and I hate that. It's like
There was a pretty big story recently about a Barstool guy who's one of their most popular talents. Big Cat is his name, and he's been a Chicago guy forever. And it recently came out that he grew up in New England, and people lost their mind. And he admitted that he tried to hide from people from a while because he thought he wouldn't be accepted as like a Chicago contributor if
Turns
he
out
wasn't
he
a Chicago guy.
yeah, see, that's
Turns
just
out he wasn't accepted. Once they found out, they smelled blood in the water.
I don't understand that. I just really feel like you should be able to be yourself. Say what you're a fan of, and just I don't know. I think that's so weird, and it happens all the time. In like you go up to Seattle and you feel like you got to be a Seattle guy. No, you don't. Just be yourself. Now, if you're uninteresting and no one cares, like then you're gonna get fired. But that's the world we live in. No, they don't. It's a talent driven business. There's a lot of different ways to skin the cat in this biz, but this station is. I love this station, man.
Yep,
and
that's why we're here.
And that's why I think, I always talk about Odyssey, and to be real, they terrify me because they're, I don't know, I just think this is a great station, but with a parent company that I don't have the greatest confidence in. So it's
You have reservations.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so I just let us do, like we've got enough guys around here now that have been around, like Dusty, that we got this. Just let us do our thing.
Well, the new era is here and the new Hera is here, so we were all excited about that. But there's also the same situation going on in San Antonio. Kind of big news that we kind of saw coming, but again, weren't really ready for the hammer to drop. We'll get to that next, but first we'll throw it over to Buck with sports.
Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Ryan Buckley with the Sports Center update first on the Fan. Big news in the NBA today. We'll talk about it next. Spurs head coach Greg Popovich has announced his retirement after nearly 3 decades leading the franchise. Pop finishes his career with 5 NBA titles, the most wins of any coach in NBA history as well. Interim head coach Mitch Johnson has already been promoted to take over the gig for Popovich moving forward. On the hardwood tonight, just one game as the Warriors look to eliminate the Rockets in the Western Conference playoffs in Game 6. They'll tip it off at the Chase Center in the Bay Area at 6 o'clock on ESPN. Warriors are 5-point favorites. On the ice tonight, the Jets look to close out the Blues in St. Louis. Puck drops for Game 6 at 5 over on TNT. On the diamond, the Mariners starting a 6-game road trip with a 3-game set in Arlington against the Rangers. Brian Wu is on the bump for Seattle. Jack Leiter takes the ball for Texas. First pitch at 5:05 this evening. And the 151st Kentucky Derby comes your way Saturday. Both Rodriguez and Grande have been scratched from the race. Field now sits at 19 horses with Baeza joining as an alternate. They'll make the Run for the Roses just before 4 p.m. on NBC. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Ryan Buckley, the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work? Insurance companies acting like jerks? Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
The Hot Corner, now in its new time. Tuesdays at 7 after Isaac and Sue on Portland's Sports Leader, 1080 The Fan.
Coming up in the 4 o'clock hour, we'll probably dive into a little bit of baseball. There's no way we're getting through this without talking some baseball.
Talk about my Royals.
Talk about your Royals. Bobby Witt, dude, 22. 22 in a row.
They've won 9 of 10. Wait.
He's got 22 games in a row with a hit.
Yeah, but they've won 9 out of 10. Did you know that?
Hey, look at that. Don't call it a comeback.
Now we're like 1 game above 500.
Hey, tough division, dude. And then in the 5 o'clock hour, we'll Joey Harrington joins us. We got some fun chatter with him about the draft and carry on our Wazoo conversation from Wednesday. And then the club hour at 6. But kind of like Dusty Hera, there's a new era in San Antonio as Greg Popovich makes it official today that he will no longer be coaching for the Spurs and moving into the front office. Now, we kind of saw this coming. Like, the dude had a stroke at a restaurant, and they're not even that good. So it's like...
Didn't he have
like,
2 strokes?
Something like that. And so, like, the pressure, he's not trying to win back-to-back titles or anything like that. So he kind of knew it was time to hang it up. The biggest question for me in this whole situation is the transition. You see this all the time. Like, Belichick to Mayo was not clean. How do you best go about ushering in that new realm, but still trying to hold on to that identity that somebody made for your team?
Well, I don't know that you do hold on to that. I mean, I'm.
But the Spurs way, are they going to ditch that?
Well, I mean, that's maybe more organizational. They chose this guy a long time ago, Mitch Johnson, who's taken over. By the way, former UP assistant. Did you know that?
Local boy. Did not know that.
He's a pilot. But anyway, so they kind of, which I'm surprised by because, the Scuddy was always that Bill Self because Bill Self is friends with the GM of the Spurs. They go way back, and GM's been there forever. And so he was always kind of linked to that job, but they chose this guy a long time ago, and I would imagine Greg Popovich had a big say in that. So maybe this is them keeping that continuity. But I'm actually surprised that Popovich stayed once they flipped the script on Duncan, Ginobili, and all those guys. I actually surprised he was still there.
Yeah, kind of just adios with your boys.
Yeah, dude, you won 5 titles. I mean, and they went through I guess they got Kawhi. So they kind of kept some continuity there with some winning teams, but
you kind of lose like the Sean Elliott's and the David Robinson to usher in Kawhi Leonard.
Well,
because your constant is still Tony, Manu, and
Tim.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, you skipped over all. Well, that was the main. Like when I think of Greg Popovich, I think of Tim Duncan and Parker and Ginobili. That was the main, and then of course Robinson in the beginning. But after that, I'm just surprised that he has stuck around this long, particularly right before they got Wemby, when they were terrible.
Yeah.
Because I don't know. I guess it's why. He's a guy who enjoys life and loves his wine, and I could just see him hanging it up and not caring. But I guess some of these guys are lifers. It's like Belichick. You're gonna have to drag him off the sideline.
Yeah, and he would take an NFL. He would leave North Carolina for an NFL job right now.
Yeah, no question. I just think sometimes as fans, just as from a fan perspective, I sometimes kind of wish these legends like Popovich wouldn't have the down years at the end. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah,
and they all do it. It's their prerogative. I mean, it's just as a fan, it's just kind of cool when they slide out at what feels like the right time to you as a fan, which was when the Duncan and Ginobili and Parker era ended.
Some crazy stats. Now that Popovich had 27 years at San Antonio, now that he is gone, the longest tenured coach is Eric Spoelstra. Check my numbers. It's 15 years, something like that. 17 years.
I thought it was 17, maybe.
17 years.
By the way, Buck had Spoelstra going to the Spurs. That was his big hot.
Ooh.
He had a big hot.
No way Riley lets him go.
I don't know if I had that, but they're saying his seat may be hot in Miami, and that he would be a guy that would be a natural replacement for Pop.
So Spoelstra is now the longest tenured coach in the NBA, which is funny because he still seems like one of the youngest. Number 2 is Steve Kerr at Golden State at 11 years.
Okay.
And then it's Tom Thibodeau in New York for 5 years.
Come on.
That's the
really?
third longest tenured coach.
Just
in
tells
NBA.
you how much turnover there is. Like, it doesn't seem like that long ago that Steve Kerr took Mark Jackson's job.
How long?
And the fact he's second longest tenured is crazy.
How long's LeBron been in LA? 5 years? What's he got? 6 coaches? And that's just that team.
Well, he had Vogel, he had Ham.
The Bucks won a title and
had-
then fired their coach the next year.
He's been there. No, let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This was his 6th.
Okay. And he's got 6 or 7 coaches. I mean, that goes on everywhere. And especially now in an age where people are starting to hire like former players, that doesn't always work that well. You know, like Steve Kerr was kind of a disaster in Phoenix as a GM, but he worked in Golden State as a coach.
I don't think LeBron... Did LeBron play for Luke Walton? I don't know that he did. He had Vogel.
I don't know that he did. I think he had Vogel, Ham, and now Reddick, right?
Yeah, Vogel, Ham, and
Oh, was
Reddick.
Mike Brown in there at some point or no?
No.
Was that before pre-LeBron?
No, it was Vogel, Ham, and Reddick. So they had 3 coaches.
Ty Lue? Never did a Lakers stint?
No.
Played for the Lakers.
But I mean, it just goes to show, though, that, you know, everything turns over on a dime. It's almost like a college football recruiting cycle. It's like you got 3 years. And if you don't hit on the draft, whether it's the coach's fault or not, then you're out of here.
Well, I just think in the NBA with coaches,
doesn't matter.
They're well, there's a little bit of that.
Yeah.
But I think they're the easiest guy to replace. Like the players have guaranteed contracts. You're not getting rid of the players. And so oftentimes I feel like what happens in the NBA is the dynamic on a team, depending on who is on your roster, can be very volatile in the NBA. Look no further than the most extreme example is Jimmy Butler. I mean, dude, if that guy is not happy with his situation, watch out. Right? If he's really happy like he is now with Golden State, the guy's sensational. And I think there are a lot of guys in the NBA like that. There are a lot of guys who don't necessarily jive with their head coach. And I think you and I maybe grew up with the idea that, hey, that's your coach. You do what they say. That is not what happens in the NBA. The players, it's a players' league. This is why LeBron can pretty much pick his coach. And he did. I mean, and he has multiple times. So I think this happens a lot. Where it gets real rocky. I mean, my God, the Bucks had the best record in the league, or one of the best records in the league. 40 games in, they fired their coach because it was just too weird with the dynamic with his players and Giannis. Who was the guy?
Adrian Griffin. Remember they had a weird thing too, where Stotts was the assistant and he fired him he quit like a day before the season or 2 days in or something.
Yeah, it's almost like success in the NBA is the worst possible outcome for you as a coach, unless you're Greg Popovich or Steve Kerr.
That or like if what it takes to get success in the NBA is squeezing so much out of your players in your locker room that they resent you and they stop respecting you and that you have to move on from that.
I got my ring. I got the ring. Who the hell are you?
Well, and I think it only takes one guy to really to split a locker room.
Yeah.
You know, because if one guy has a different idea, some guys may go with that, like that, and they're on one side, and now it's a mess. It's really hard. Phil Jackson. This is why I think Phil Jackson is the greatest basketball coach of all time, because nobody, and he talks about it, he's written about it, a billion times, but his genius was this: managing personalities and egos, and he did that so freaking well. That's part of why. And now, a lot of people like to rip Phil Jackson or tear him down because, you got Michael Jordan,
all the superstars
Kobe.
you got.
And yes, that's true.
Sure.
But they're very hard to manage.
Nobody wins a title without a superstar. They've all got a superstar somewhere.
Bingo. And that goes back to how much does the coach, I mean, baseball managers less so.
This is what makes Steve Kerr great. It's not that he's an X's and O's guy.
Yes.
It's that he managed the personalities.
Yes.
That he could figure out a way with Steph and KD and Draymond.
And also Draymond and Steph are never once saying, I don't know if this Kerr guy is worth it anymore.
That is a great point. What I think that if you look at, you just said that the longest tenured coaches are only Spoelstra and Kerr. Otherwise, it's 5 years or less. And Thibodeau, it's wild, is at 5 years because he is a very heavy-handed guy that oftentimes flames out pretty quick. Those two guys, and Pop, those three guys right there, Popovich, Spoelstra, and Kerr, what they all have in common is they are great with interpersonal relationships. And that's what Phil Jackson had.
I mean, look at Kawhi post San Antonio. Even the end of San Antonio.
It's less about X's and O's and more about that in the NBA for longevity. And so I think that's why you see so much turnover in NBA coaching circles. But I think Chauncey, to be fair, I think Chauncey's actually pretty good at this.
And I think that's why we all sat here and said, let's get rid of him, let's get rid of him. And then he re-signs a deal, and you're kind of like, but what? He sucks. And it's like,
no, they like him.
I think they like him
Dude,
a lot.
The players really
I think the
respect
players
him.
really like him.
And that's a huge thing in this league.
Because these guys are making so much money that they can just not care and they can get you fired. I mean, Michael Malone won a title 2 years ago and lost the locker room 10 days before the playoffs.
Yep. Yeah.
I mean, maybe earlier.
Yeah.
But it came to a point where he's out.
Dude,
Take that L on the way out.
I think it's crazy what happens to the NBA coaches. Like Malone, and there was another one too.
Taylor Jenkins, the guy
Jenkins.
in Memphis.
Yeah. They just turf him on the spot.
And it seems like that team's got way more issues than their coaching.
Is Pop a top 3 NBA coach?
I thought you were going to say 5 because I was going to be like, yes,
he's
guaranteed.
definitely top 5.
Definitely top 5.
He's top 3.
I mean, we say Phil 1.
Or
are you going red?
It's got to be Phil, Red, and Pop, right?
You think so?
I think
so.
it does.
Who would be third? Yeah, because we all think of Phil and Red.
Mm-hmm.
After that, who's in the mix? It's Pop, Pat Riley.
Pat Riley for sure. Riley is probably 4.
You
Riley
think
is,
Pop's better than Riley?
I think Pop's
I
better
think
than
Pop's
Riley.
better than Riley. Riley had Showtime, and that's kind of it. Now, as from an executive standpoint, Riley definitely has maybe the greater career sample of the basketball mind, kind of like a Jerry West.
Okay.
But as a coach, I think it's Pop over Riley.
Then you're probably talking about Chuck Daly.
Mm-hmm.
You're probably talking about Kerr. He's up there.
Steve Kerr's got to be up there.
Jerry
4 titles.
Sloan was great. But see, now you're getting it. Yeah, it's either Pop or Riley.
And Pop's the winningest coach of all time with 5 titles, right?
He is the
Yes.
winningest coach of all time.
I think you got to give him the nod.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. And then, after Kerr, and guys like Chuck Daly, now you're talking about Spoelstra. And then the drop-off is huge.
Donnie Nelson,
but never won a title.
No, can you?
Now you're talking
no,
about...
he
Did he?
Nelson?
Did
With who?
he?
With who?
Not with the Warriors.
Not with the Mavs.
I guess it wasn't with the Mavs either. Yeah,
Because
you're right.
now you're talking about the greatest guys that never did it, like a Jerry Sloan.
Yeah, and they were great coaches, but yeah, you got to have the titles to be in the top 3. Did you know that So after Pop, Don Nelson is the number 2 winningest coach of all time?
I did not know that.
Yeah,
I remember that because they, like, as the time was ticking down in the game that he won it for the Warriors, they handed him a can of Bud Light and he was just drinking it on the sideline. It was the weirdest celebration.
Isn't he the one that's in Hawaii now with
he's
long
got
hair,
long hair. He looks like Miami Vice.
smoking doobs?
Yeah,
so
he's
awesome.
big time in the weed game. Yeah.
No wonder his players loved him. He was ahead of the curve.
Hell yeah.
All right, we come back. I kind of want to stick in some coaching news. I know you guys touched on it a little bit yesterday, but I'm starting to see the end of LeBron and not the way you think about it. We'll do that next. Primetime, 1080 The Fan.
LeBron James. It's back, and it's sure to sell out.
4 o'clock hour, we'll dive into some little bit of baseball, plus we'll have in the news.
Can I point something out real quick?
Sure, please.
I love betting Buckley. He's just the best. And so I don't follow the ponies. And so I was texting him today. I'm like, just give me something to put a little money on for the Kentucky Derby. Okay?
Sure.
Because I don't.
You want to partake?
Yeah, I know he listens to all the. Maybe he's up on it.
I'm locked in for the week, and then I'll move on to the next thing.
He was telling us he was driving in listening to a podcast about Kentucky Oaks
That's
at
right.
the Derby.
Day.
The Oaks.
Every day. No, that's what I was about to say. So Kentucky Derby is tomorrow,
Sure.
and he gave me a couple. I'm like, all right, I'll just bet these.
The most famous
whatever.
16 seconds in the world, whatever they call it.
Well,
Fastest 2 minutes in sports.
Fastest
more
2
than
minutes. That's what it
16
is.
seconds.
Fastest 2 minutes.
I think that's you
I
in
couldn't
the sack,
remember.
huh?
What up, baby?
Buckley. So I get over to Buck's desk today, and I'm talking to Buck, and he's editing something on his computer, and then I look over, and his phone is on a horse race, and I'm like, well, what are you like a horse? Are you like a horse racing bettor now? What is this? It's a Friday afternoon.
He's actually a breeder in
What
his
are
spare
you betting?
time.
He's like, oh, it's a Kentucky Oaks, dude. I'm like, what is that?
I didn't know it existed until he
He's
told me.
betting on
Real ones
Kentucky
now.
Oaks, and apparently Kentucky Oaks is at.
It's at Churchill Downs.
Churchill
Part of
Downs.
the big weekend event.
And it's the Phillies. It's the
Yeah,
it's
the
the
whole. I
ladies.
think all Friday is like Phillies. And
God.
Then, yeah.
And did you win?
No.
How long's your car ride into work, Buck?
Right now, about 40 minutes.
40 minutes?
35, something like that.
Man, dude, you need that 40 minutes back.
So good. No, he's
I'm
into
good. I love
Dude,
it.
He'll bet on anything, and it's just great, including Friday afternoon horse racing.
Yeah.
Sticking with some NBA coaching stuff, I know you guys touched on this a little bit, but the JJ Redick audio from yesterday about being in championship shape, I've got some interesting thoughts on this that I'm curious, Rob, that is actually more related to LeBron James than Luka and JJ Redick. But for context, Buck, will you roll that, please?
You know, I think I'll start with the offseason and the work that's required in an offseason to be in championship shape. And, you know, we have a ways to go as a roster. And certainly there are individuals that were in phenomenal shape. There's certainly other ones that could have been in better shape. That's where my mind goes immediately is you know, we have to get in championship shape.
Now, obviously, he's referring to Luka Doncic. There's no no way around that, obviously. But what I find interesting is when you look through the pantheon of the greatest NBA players, does anybody have a more weird career path, trajectory, whatever you want to call it, than LeBron James?
What do you mean?
Like, you win titles, but you're constantly questioned. You're on different teams. Maybe Kevin Durant is the closest to him, but I feel like it's like LeBron's here. The decision is super controversial. Then he goes back to Cleveland, does win a title there, but then he goes to LA where the spotlight's on him bigger. The controversy with the Sun, like I feel like there's so much noise around LeBron more than anybody else.
There is.
So wouldn't it be fitting that his last few years might be the biggest train wreck of coaching he's ever been around? Because this doesn't set up pretty, in my opinion.
Because he's declining?
Because
Is that
he's
what you're
declining, and JJ is clearly calling out what is potentially the next superstar of your future.
Oh.
Wouldn't it be like
wait.
what I'm saying is like it feels like this is the most fitting way for LeBron to go out in his last few years.
Like
Whether he
you're-
retires after 1 more year, 3 more years.
Are you saying that it's flaming out there, and you're seeing the embers of a
Mhm.
of a big ball of flames?
Big ball of flames.
'Cause
that maybe the
could
Lakers
happen.
do keep Luka. Maybe they do re-sign him and keep him. I mean, I think that's where the money is, and I think Luka will do it. But I think by the time JJ flames out is the time that LeBron is done, and this thing is going to end in just the weirdest, strangest way to cap off this really tumultuous question. Now, I'm not a LeBron hater. I don't mean that. But his career's weird. It's just kind of weird.
It's unique.
Like Michael does weird things in Washington, and he's a weird owner in Charlotte, but we don't really hold that.
Well, he's probably the best basketball player of all time.
Totally.
And anytime you say that about an athlete in any sport, you assume that he's not going to bounce around as much as LeBron has.
Correct.
Because the best players, I mean, the teams will do everything it can to keep them. Sans Dallas Mavericks.
Well, and he's kind of been the face of the players run the league NBA.
Totally.
Even when Jordan was the man, it was more the superstars are still falling in line with their team, and in this era where superstars write their future. I mean, we saw Kevin Durant go on and do it too, but he was really the first one to say, "This is just kind of how I want it to be, so it's how it's going to be."
Yeah,
and no one else really was doing that much before him.
No, that's
the
true.
godfather of player movement.
He's a pioneer of it for sure, and he was the one good enough to be able to do it. I mean, not guys think they can do this all the time. He was like
He's done it in 1-3 places.
Yeah.
And I think he's held himself together fairly well throughout the whole process.
You got to give him a lot of credit.
Without a doubt.
Other
He's a
than the kind of
douchebag.
the bungling of the decision, ever since then he's been pretty good.
And the Bronny thing is kind of weird. But yeah, for the most part, he handles it all pretty well. The social media aspect of it, the fact that he can't keep a coach, all that kind of stuff. But I'm just listening to this JJ Redick thing going, this is going to end really terribly.
It's an interesting point. I would say this. I think that it is not, well, it's not talked about because it's sort of bark dust has been sprinkled on it, so it looks good. The Lakers aren't a great franchise.
They aren't.
They're just not.
They
have
haven't-
not. They just don't. They're lucky. They lucked into Luka, and they kind of lucked into LeBron. I mean, you give them credit for. I mean, they won the COVID title, but they're not. Dude, they have not built the best teams around LeBron. Since he's been there, they've actually been quite disappointing. Except for I think the COVID title really sort of lets them off the hook because so it's like LeBron won one in LA, so it's been worse.
If he hadn't sniffed the title in LA by this point,
Yes.
there'd be way louder
more.
detractors.
Well, and I think the 2021, I want to preface, I'm not getting too, it's COVID doesn't count. No, that's not what I mean. That was built for him to win because that's in a bubble. That's everyone's under the same restrictions, same protocols. So who's the most focused? And my money is the most focused in the NBA is always going to be on LeBron James.
I wouldn't take anything away from it either. It's a title.
It's definitely a title.
But it was different.
But it's different. But it was kind of tailor-made for, like I said, what LeBron does.
But look at what the last 5 years have been, though.
Yeah.
With the Lakers, it's disappointment after disappointment. And look, he's not what he used to be. He's getting older.
I mean, the last great thing they did was get Pau Gasol.
Well, the last great thing they did was get Luka. But you're right that,
is Luka that great right now, though?
Well, Luka,
that's a TBD in my opinion.
The reason Dallas traded Luka, the Lakers are now going to have to deal with those things.
Yep.
Most people
They're already vocal about it.
Yeah, and most people think, well, okay, I'll deal with that for a player of Luka's caliber. And Dallas should have too. They chose not to. They didn't want to attach the Supermax to that guy. It's $350 million or whatever it is. I mean, you want to pay seriously. Again, I'm not a Nico Harrison what do you call
hater.
it? Like no, I mean
Doubter?
Supporter.
Oh, yeah.
I don't care about Nico Harrison, but I see the line of thinking and always have that if you look at Luka and look at his conditioning, and we know he drinks a ton.
Mm-hmm.
Look at his body. He's always hurt his back the other night. He was gassed at the end of that game.
He was sick a game before that.
Yeah, are you really going to pay that guy $80 million a year?
Well, we talked about it on Wednesday.
He doesn't play a lick of defense. So all the Nico stuff.
We don't support him, but I see where he's coming from.
I kind of see it. And so the Lakers are now going to have to deal with that. But they're probably smarter than Nico in a sense that, okay, we can deal with that. Let's just build the right team around him. The question is, and I think this is what maybe you're getting at, is are they good enough to actually build that team? And I'm not sure they are, particularly as LeBron continues to I mean, he's still really good, but
who's the third best player on that team?
He's declining. Oh, they're going to have to find a new third.
Austin Reeves?
There isn't one.
Austin Reeves, I'd love him off the bench.
I mean, they tried to get Mark Williams. That fell through.
Yeah.
So
Rui Hachimura?
I mean, I like Rui, but again, there really isn't a third best player on that team. They've got a lot of work to do. And the question too that maybe you're alluding to is that there's no guarantee Luka thinks this LeBron thing's going to work, and he may leave.
Mm-hmm.
He may be like, I'm.
Hey Buck, I want you to find your Vegas odds, and you should put $5 down on Luka going to Dallas.
Oh God,
I don't think that exists right now.
That'd be the greatest thing in the history of sports.
Okay, that is an interesting question though. Nico is probably going to be gone.
Yeah.
Does Luka Doncic ever return to Dallas?
If Nico's gone, Luka could go back next year.
I think he might. I think there's a chance you might see Luka in Dallas
I
at
don't
some
see
point.
if you're somebody who is constantly badgered for what you do in your personal life, your body type, how you play basketball, do you really think LA is the best place for you to be? you can be on the Clippers and get away with it. We're seeing that with Kawhi and James Harden. But do you think the Lakers is really the best place for you? I sure don't think so.
Well, he doesn't think there's anything wrong. He's living his life. I mean, it'll be interesting to see if LA has any sort of sort of influence on the way he goes about his business. I mean, a lot of people
is there like a Kyler Murray contract writer?
Well, a lot of people initially thought, hey, this is really going to piss Luke off and actually make him get in shape and make him. That has not.
But even just being around LeBron, he'll have to follow his lead,
and he's pissed. And this is going to wake up the the best version of Luka.
That has not happened. I think he's just kind of sad.
Yeah, he's shocked. He even said it. He was like, "This has been exhausting." So we'll see what he does next year. We'll see what the Lakers do. But that's not a great. Lost in all of this, the Lakers are not a great franchise. They just are in LA. They were able to get LeBron, and they lucked into Luka, and now they have that. It's a good problem to have, but they have to build around them.
Well, in honor of Rob's NBA bubble bath, we will switch over to the next hour to a Major League Baseball booty bump. Huh? You ready to talk some baseball?
I like that.
Yeah. Talk some baseball here,
yeah,
Buck.
Bro.
You in?
For a booty bump? Hell yeah.
We'll do that next. Loaded second hour. Don't go anywhere.
Sad.
Prime time. 1080 The Fan.
Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Ryan Buckley with this Sports Center update. First on The Fan, big news in the NBA today as Spurs head coach Greg Popovich has announced his retirement after nearly 3 decades leading the franchise. Pop finishes his career with 5 NBA titles and the most wins of any coach in league history. Interim head coach Mitch Johnson has already been named Popovich's replacement. On the hardwood tonight, just one game as the Warriors look to eliminate the Rockets in Game 6. They will tip it off in the Bay Area on ESPN. 6 o'clock tip time. The Warriors are 5.5-point favorites. On the ice tonight, the Jets looking to close out the Blues in St. Louis. Puck drops for Game 6 at 5 on TNT. On the diamond, the Mariners starting a 6-game road trip with a 3-game set in Arlington against the Rangers. Brian Wu is on the bump for Seattle while Jack Leiter takes the ball for Texas. First pitch tonight at 5:50. And the 151st Kentucky Derby comes your way Saturday. Both Rodriguez and Grande have been scratched. The field now sits at 19 horses. With Baeza joining as an alternate, they'll make the Run for the Roses just before 4 o'clock on NBC Saturday afternoon. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Ryan Buckley, the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work, insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
The Fan Merch Locker has a new... This is Primetime with Isaac and Suk on 1080 The Fan.
All right, welcome to the second hour of Primetime. You missing the first hour, you can download that, the Fan Podcast, at 1080thefan.com, the Odyssey app, wherever you get your podcasts. In the news, coming up in 30 minutes.
Hell yeah. Wait, am I doing that or are you doing that?
I'll do that. Hey,
okay, I love it.
Sit back over there, mister.
All right,
Hold up.
All right.
We got the club. We'll have to revisit Smokey the Bear, probably, right? We still have that on the table.
What are you talking about?
Sam Elliott.
Oh, yeah.
We still...
Buck, do you have the final...
Did you find a nicer Sam Elliott?
Oh, no, I stopped at the end of the show on Wednesday. Was I supposed to be doing more with that?
Yeah, well, we'd like it if by the end of the... well, maybe during
Only
the club
you
tonight,
can prevent wildfires.
we have
That was a pretty good one.
the best side-by-side.
Yeah.
Only you can prevent
And
wildfires.
see, we need one that doesn't have background audio, because that sounds like a commercial.
And how am I supposed to procure that from one Sam
Call
Elliott?
Sam Elliott.
Okay, do you have his number?
No.
Dude, I'm calling Boss Man Hera. I'm tired of this.
Yeah, roll some heads. Okay, well, no.
Dusty Circus on line 1.
We would like you to have at least them side-by-side so we can compare.
What do you mean by side-by-side?
Like, just have them both ready to go. That's it.
Like,
you already have them. Just play them.
Oh, okay.
The setup
I can
is-
keep playing them. That's no problem.
The setup is to see can prevent wildfires. The setup is to see if Sue can tell the difference, correct?
Yeah, that was what
Yeah.
we were going to try to do is play it.
So then I got to find some ambient music to put behind Patrick to make that work.
We'll revisit this in the break.
Beef fajitas.
Fajitas. I like how he says fajitas.
I told you, you dumb bitch.
By the way, we announced
Mongolian beef.
today that Dusty Hera is our new program director.
Oh, yes. That was the highlight of hour one. Had him on the show.
Yep.
Asked him some hard-hitting questions.
Yep. He's leaving
Made him
the show.
spill the beans.
He's leaving
He
the
is
show.
leaving.
Danny needs a co-host.
Danny and friends coming your way, my friends.
Yep.
A lot of people suggesting a Hunt for the Host Redux.
Dude, I've wanted to do another Hunt for the Host since I got here, simply because the year that I won, I had to listen to Rashad, Keith, and Luke tell me that I suck.
Why did they tell you sucked?
Because, I don't know.
Was
Because
there-
they're just being hard-hitting judges.
Dude, do we need a 30 for 30 on the behind the scenes of the Hunt for the Host and all the backstabbing and hate and fighting?
They were hurting you so bad. Oh no!
I didn't know any of this.
I want to be a judge.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. Maybe Dusty, our new boss, will.
Everybody wants the power.
Maybe he'll bring that back.
That may be. So that's the cool news. And like I said, you can catch that on Fan Podcast, 10thefan.com, Odyssey app. A little Major League Baseball booty bump here.
Yeah.
Stop me if you've heard this one before. I woke up in the middle of the night. I couldn't sleep, and so I grabbed my phone and I flipped through it. And the Angels announced that Mike Trout lands on the DL.
Oh, no.
The injured reserve list.
Isn't he hitting like 180?
Something like that. I think I've seen in the last 4 years with a minimum at bat, he might be one of the lowest war guys in baseball.
What happened to him? Did he just get hurt all the time?
I think that's it. I think his body is just shot.
So he is.
They say he's got a
179, dude.
He's got a bone bruise on one of his knees, and he's supposed to only be out the minimum 10 days. At least that's what Ron Ice Washington says.
I love that guy.
Who doesn't love that guy?
I'd play for Ron Wash.
Without a doubt, I would play for Wash.
Trout's 33.
He's got 5 more years on that deal.
Wow.
$37 million a year.
Oof.
Guess what? He is the second highest paid player on the Angels.
First being Ohtani?
No. They don't owe Ohtani money.
Yeah, they traded. Wait, really? Oh, is it? Are they still paying what's his nuts? The third baseman?
They're paying Rendon?
Anthony Rendon.
Anthony Rendon.
He makes $38 million a year.
Oh my God! Does he even play?
No, he does not.
Plays less than Trout does.
That's $75 million on the book for 2 guys that don't play.
And he hates baseball.
Yeah, and Rendon says he hates baseball.
Didn't he retire?
No.
I guess you can't retire.
No,
if you're
don't
getting
retire.
that.
You want that money.
Oh my God.
But yeah, he played 5 games this year and then went on the DL. I think it just gets to the point, they moved Mike Trout over to right field to try to alleviate some of the pressure on him. The problem is they have Jorge Soler that they rescued from the Braves.
Can you tell me, like I'm for, why moving to right field is so much better than center field for injuries?
I think it's less ground to cover.
Okay.
And less, balls in the gap are technically your responsibility as a center fielder. I don't know.
Okay.
And the problem is they can't DH him full time because Jorge Soler is there and his defense is atrocious.
So Trout is 33. He hasn't done much of anything since 2020. 2022, he hit 40 home runs.
19, he won an MVP, his third.
Yeah, 3 MVPs. 2022, he hit 283 with 40 home runs and 80 ribs, and he only stole like one base. Didn't he used to steal? Like
he did, but I'd be interested in young, healthy Mike Trout in today's base stealing game.
Young, healthy Mike Trout, the most steals he had was 49. He was a 30-30 guy.
That's 49's not bad.
No, but he never really. I mean,
yeah.
After that was his second year, or that was basically his rookie year. After that, he stole over 30 twice in 10 seasons.
Yeah.
12 seasons. It's weird. I thought he was. I don't know.
Are we still in
overrated?
Are we still in the Hall of Fame train with Mike Trout?
Oh boy, that's interesting.
I think the answer is yes.
He's like the greatest WAR ever or something like that.
Yeah, his career WAR is still like 80.
Guess his number of hits.
I'll bet you he has
15 seasons.
2,600 hits.
2345.
Wow. Bros, 1,667
Wow.
hits.
For some reason, I thought he was past 2.
How many home runs?
He has over 300 home runs.
He does have over 300, but does he have
356?
387.
387.
Yeah.
So he could get to 500.
Batting average 297. I don't know.
His batting average is 297, and he hasn't been good for 3 straight years.
Deal says the Angels need to go out and sign Joel Embiid.
Have 150 mil on the books for 3 players.
Basketball's Rendon and Trout.
There have been a lot of these. Who in sports has had the most absurd contract to injury?
In baseball or in
issue?
sports?
Sports. There have been a million of these. Embiid's a great one.
I mean, I think
Ben Simmons,
Embiid is kind of running the show here, but Ben Simmons isn't all injury.
He's not that great.
And he's not that great. He's just a first overall pick, and his isn't all
but he
physical
never played.
injury.
I mean, they call Anthony Davis street clothes for a reason.
Yeah, Anthony Davis.
Yeah.
Kawhi.
Kawhi, big one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Huh,
But I got a
they're all
hot take
NBA
on that.
guys.
I got a hot take on that.
Chandler
a little bit,
Parsons
though.
was that way forever.
I mean, Trout, Griffey,
Well, Deshaun Watson.
Deshaun Watson, maybe one.
That's number one.
Guaranteed contract.
He's only played, I think we
He
said
tore
yesterday.
he tore his Achilles, and then while recovering from the Achilles, tore it
Yeah.
again.
Since they signed that deal, I think he's only started 19 games for them.
And thrown less touchdown passes.
I think is what it was.
I think it's like he has more games started than touchdowns.
Ooh, that's a good question. Let's take a look.
Let's take a little gander. You don't see it in the NFL a whole lot.
John Wall. Somebody said John Wall.
John Wall. Well, that's because when they shipped him out of town, he was like, cool, I'm done. I don't want to play anymore.
Okay.
But I'm not retiring.
Cleveland Browns.
I mean, outside of...
he started Deshaun Watson has started 19 games. He is 9-10, and he has look at that, 19 titles.
So technically I'm wrong. Outside of Deshaun Watson, you don't see it happen in the NFL because there aren't guaranteed contracts. That's why Deshaun's number one.
Yeah,
because he has a guaranteed contract.
Yeah,
baseball's guaranteed. Basketball's guaranteed. You know, Griffey made a lot of money in Cincinnati for not playing a whole lot.
That's true. What did he make there?
He made more than he made in Seattle.
Griffey in Cincinnati's a good one.
That's a great one.
Trout's making more money though, so it might be Trout. I mean, I think the winner is Deshaun Watson with a slice of Joel Embiid. Joel Embiid.
DeGrom in there at all?
No, because he's got 3 Cy Youngs or 2 Cy Youngs, and an outside Hall of Fame chance.
I feel like there's some pitchers out there for sure that have cashed in big and they just never play.
I think most of DeGrom's contracts are like 2 years, $85 million. He doesn't have the Garrett Cole 10-year, $350.
Buddy of mine texted me, but did you know that Ken Griffey's still getting paid by the Reds?
Yes, I do
Did
know
you know
that.
this?
I did know that.
He gets a like, I don't know, $3 or $4 million a year.
That's great.
Still.
That's great. Did you see he had the official winner pick from the Masters?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Also,
great shot.
since
Great shot.
since 2020,
It was a
Jacob
great
DeGrom starts by season 12, 15, 11, 6, 3, 6.
And making $35 million a year.
He's not playing a lot for those contracts.
Somebody brought
DeGrom's a good one.
Josh Hamilton.
Hamilton's a great
Ooh.
one. I mean, anybody that got signed by the Angels around then.
I think you got the winner in Griffey when you look at the amount of money that they've spent on him. That was 2000. He went there for $7 million a year. They're still paying him, dude.
Rendon's pretty
25
spectacular
years.
though because it was off the back of like one great season on a World Series run with the
Yeah,
Nats, and
I
then
mean-
Griffey at least like
But he didn't do anything in
Strasburg
Cincinnati.
no,
won
I know
the
he
MVP.
did, but at least he. I don't want to say he earned it by what he did to get there, but Griffey had so much greatness before that, whereas Rendon, like, I don't know, feels like he had a couple good seasons, turned it into this thing, and then just
I
disappeared.
mean, I was going to support that. I was going to say Strasburg, he won the MVP, but Rendon was probably number 2 in the voting. And then I just realized Steven Strasburg made like $275 million off the Nationals and retired the
Yeah.
next year.
And there's another one, Strasburg. He's always hurt.
And he's a World Series MVP
But he did,
and a
yeah.
number 1 overall pick.
He came through, but he was always hurt. I'm looking at Griffey in Cincinnati. Boy, I didn't know that he was better there than
his first
I remember.
his first like 2-3 years are still like 40 bombs.
Well, he hit 40.
We got to hit 600 somehow.
He hit 40 in 2000, and he was there longer than I remember too. But there was a year, 2005, 301 batting average, 35 bombs, 92 RBI.
Where did he finish on the MVP?
That year? He won 24th.
Dang, was that just
Steroids,
the
dude.
year of the greatest players? What year did you say?
2005.
2005. Oh, that's a Bonds year if I've ever heard one.
Hell yeah, it was.
Little baby Buck rooting on little.
Hell yeah, man.
No, it was actually Pujols that year.
Oh, okay. Oh, they won the World Series that year, I believe.
Pujols and Andrew Jones.
I believe they won the World Series that year. All right, we'll keep this MLB booty bump going. When is it time to panic? We'll get to that next.
Yeah.
1080 The Fan.
In the news coming up.
Yeah.
So stick around for that. Your fill-in newsman will be here.
Hell yeah.
Taking tips from the pro. Looking at bad contracts.
Can I just tell
Boy,
you
you
something?
got one.
Yeah, dude.
I mean,
well,
I don't know if it's bad.
It's a great contract.
It's a great contract.
It works for both parties, but I just wanted to point out, and I don't know that we ever talked about this. We've alluded to the fact that Shohei with the Dodgers, what is it, $800 million?
I didn't know it broke down like this.
Yeah, we've alluded to the fact that he has a bunch of deferred money, but the breakdown is wild. So that dude, Shohei Ohtani is making $2 million a year.
Mm-hmm.
Cash. I mean, that like on their as far
On their
as base
payroll.
salary.
Yeah.
And he will make $2 million a year with the Dodgers. Right now he's 29. He will make that until he's 38. Beginning at age 39, Shohei Ohtani will then make $68 million per year for 10 straight years.
So he will turn 50 and be
Yes.
unemployed. Basically turning 50 and not get a paycheck.
He'll turn 50 and will have just collected $680 million over 10 years.
On top of, I mean, I think they said he made 150 mil last year.
Yeah, I didn't even think about that. Yeah, what he's already put in the bank.
Yeah, he made he made $150 million last year, 2 from the Dodgers.
Now, of course, remember
and
his
148
interpreter
from
has
everything
bet
else.
a lot of that.
Well, yeah, wait until some of those ePay futures hit.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, does he still get to own those futures?
No, I'm guessing.
Can you argue that I still
But
own
dude,
those?
that's really smart because right now he's in California. You know, depending on where he lives and his tax situation.
Well, that's the thing. That was the whole conversation, and even
Yeah.
Gavin Newsom has stepped in and kind of said, "Hey,
Yeah,
we're
yeah. Whoa.
going to look into this," because the whole thought is that right before that contract
He's
kicks
out
in,
of there.
he goes to Tokyo.
That's right.
and does not pay United States income tax.
Exactly.
I mean, I would do that. Would you
Dude,
not?
that is the greatest contract.
Or he's got a home in Texas.
whatever
in
yeah.
Florida.
That's the greatest contract I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Ever.
That's.
I mean, it's also the biggest ever.
Yes, that's great. I mean, one could argue Deshaun Watson's is the greatest contract of all time because you don't have to do anything.
Well, it's quite a ripoff. Well,
Depends on who you are.
well, I mean, what do you get? 230 over 5 years or
Yeah,
something?
and you don't have to do anything.
Well, you do. Well, you have to go to court.
You have to tear your Achilles.
That has nothing to do with your
You
contract.
have to get a
though.
few massages. No, Shohei's a better contract.
I was really surprised. Joe and I talked about this on the Hot Corner Tuesdays, 7 to 9. And you know how sports leagues are all copycat leagues. You know, everybody sees something, we're going to repeat that, et cetera,
yeah.
et cetera. You know, like the big 3 in the NBA. That is one of the biggest copycats you can ever find. I was very, very surprised that more teams didn't do the Dodger way. It makes me think that other teams in other markets don't view it sustainably.
What do you
Like
mean?
Juan Soto.
Not everybody can do. They've spent like $400 million.
I know, but Juan Soto on the Mets, Steve Cohen, he has so much money. I was just more surprised that you didn't backlog that
That
contract.
more teams aren't doing the deferment.
Yeah, the
The
deferments.
Shohei thing.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
and same with Vladdy in Toronto. Like Toronto's trying to be big spenders. They're always in on whoever the big free agent is. But Vladdy, no. All that money is right up front each year. I was very surprised that more people didn't go the Shohei route. Because it's not just Shohei on the team.
Well,
It's Yamamoto's that way, Mookie's that way, Freddie's that way.
not every player wants that. You know. I
Yeah,
mean,
a lot of guys want their money right
yeah,
now.
guys want to get paid. I would say that the one team that did something that seems to have kind of started a new trend was the Braves.
Yep.
When they had the Acuna and Riley, Albies. They signed a lot of those young guys, particularly the guys from Dominican or Cuba.
Mm-hmm.
They come here and they see dollar signs. They want to cash in right away, and it's. I think a lot of GMs take advantage of that.
Without a doubt.
and say,
It's
"Hey,
an economic thing.
Ozzy
They come
Albies-
from nothing.
You know what Ozzy Albies, and now he's been kind of in and out of the lineup too.
He's had a rough couple of years.
But his contract, they gave that dude 7 years, $35 million.
yeah,
Total.
Ronald Acuna makes like $16 million a year.
Yes. But to Acuna,
That's
he's like, oh my God, I just hit the lottery. to the Braves, it works because you can now afford to keep all of these guys. They've done that. I know a lot of other teams are getting smarter about that with signing their rookies early. I thought the Mariners with Julio did a pretty good contract.
It's the same kind of thing.
Yeah.
It's longevity. I mean, he can cash out a lot more than an Acuna can. His cash out is like 280.
Yeah, his was 12 years, 210.
Oh,
but
there's bonuses and incentives that he can hit along the way.
Yes, but with the potential that he showed, now it's a little bit of a risk because if he flames out, you're like, oh boy. But you saw his. As much as I bag on him, I think he's a little overrated.
Sure,
but he's not overrated. I think he's got some holes in his.
The hype machine is larger than the player machine.
But he's an immense talent.
Without a doubt.
And so when you see that at the age of 20, you lock that up, and it's the faster you do it, the less you pay. And so I think it was really smart. You knew he was your franchise guy. You knew you had to keep him. So they did it at a pretty nice number, and that's palatable.
He's their best prospect since Alex Rodriguez.
Hey, did you Squirrel? Do you know that the best or the top pitching prospect in the Mariners organization pitches both ways? He's a lefty and a righty.
Yes.
Did you know this?
I did know this.
Gerangelo Saintia.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And apparently he's pretty good at it.
He's great at it.
Throws like 92 plus with both arms.
And
with both arms.
I think he's in high A right now.
He will switch like mid.
Yeah, you have to declare.
Yeah.
When a batter comes up, you have to declare.
How cool is that going to be when he gets to the bigs?
I mean, is this what we keep seeing? Is this, Travis Hunter offense and defense? Shohei Ohtani?
The A's had that dude
and
that did
hitting?
it for a little bit, Pat Venditti.
Yep.
That was probably now 8 or 10 years ago. So it's been done, but it's super rare, and I have to think it's an asset.
It's been done by like relievers who are mid-shelf relievers.
Yeah.
But, now we're seeing dudes at the big time being able to kind of do multiple stuff. All right, that is MLB Booty Bump. It is time for In the News. Are you ready, Rob? Are you going to be my street reporter today?
I'm going to be over here shaking my knee because I'm just so nervous. I need it to go well because I'm not orchestrating it today as the newsman. I'm merely a contributor, so I'm going to be a little nervous.
You'll be fine. Here's Buck with sports.
Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Brought to you by Crunch Fitness. Memberships as low as $9.99 per month. Find your Crunch time in Portland, Vancouver, and online at crunch.com. First on The Fan. Big news in the NBA today as longtime Spurs head coach Greg Popovich has announced his retirement after nearly 3 decades leading the franchise. Pop finishes his career with 5 NBA titles and the most wins of any coach in league history. Interim head coach Mitch Johnson has already been promoted to take Popovich's role as the full-time head coach moving forward. On the hardwood tonight, just one game as the Warriors look to eliminate the Rockets in Game 6. They'll tip it off in the Bay Area at 6 o'clock on ESPN. The Warriors favored by 5. On the ice tonight, the Jets looking to close out the Blues in St. Louis. Puck drops for Game 6 at 5 over on TNT. On the diamond, the Mariners start a 6-game road trip with 3 games in Arlington against the Rangers. Brian Wu is on the bump for Seattle this evening, while Jack Leiter takes the ball for Texas. First pitch is at 5:05, and the 151st Kentucky Derby comes your way on Saturday. Journalism, the favorite, just under 3-1 odds. They'll make the run for the Roses just before 4 o'clock p.m. on NBC. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Ryan Buckley, the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work, insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
It's back, the 11th annual Fan
Concrete jungle, wet dream tomato.
Well, we're having fun so far.
Yeah.
So everybody having fun.
I like fun.
That's what matters. We having fun.
Yeah, I mean, it's all right.
Everything's computer.
I got Guardians. Guardians on the tube behind you, Rob.
Yeah, how they
1-0.
doing?
Carlos Santana with a dinger.
Screw the Guardians. Although I hate you as much as I hate the White Sox and the Tigers.
See, I hate the Tigers and the Whites. I hate the Tigers and the Twins.
Mm.
The Twinks.
It's called sports. It's called baseball in particular.
I've always respected the Twinks.
I've always respected the Royals.
You know, we have a new boss who's a twink.
Is he?
That's what they say. Fakink. I mean, I wouldn't know, but they call him the fan twink, Dusty Hera.
All right.
You're
All
being
right.
led by a twink. How do you feel about that?
Dusty Mandalay Bay, I'm in.
Yeah.
I'm in. All right. Well, it is May 2nd, 2025. It is time for In the News.
Yes.
I'm your fill-in boy today. One day I will become a fill-in man. But I am a man of the people, just like my hero and role model, Isaac Robb,
Thank you. Feels weird to be on In the News and not be doing it.
who was once a guest on his own show.
Ron, are you paying attention? Nope.
Today is National Space Day.
Bye.
Something
Space Force.
Something cool you guys might not know about me. I really, really want to go to space.
Big space guy?
And not in like a Katy Perry way. I want to like be in space for like a week.
Why?
It's just something that fascinates me. I think it's the aesthetic, the view, the stars.
What would you do for a week?
I don't know. And that's probably why I'm not built for it, because I think these people are like military trained to not like go psychotic. But I don't know. There's just something that fascinates me about like sci-fi movies. And I saw 2001 when I was a kid, and I just thought it was the craziest thing in the world. And I feel like going to space would be the most unknown thing you could never prepare for.
So if they shot you into space, and let's say you're just cruising along in your little spaceship, would at any point, like, because you said a week, so let's say you're cruising along for 3 days, and you're just like, oh my god, this is unbelievable. At any point, do you just be like, you get kind of bored and grab a book and not even look out the window?
Probably. Oh yeah. I mean, the idea of like being in a hotel around the moon, I think it would be really cool. Or on the moon.
What? A hotel? Oh.
Like if they built a hotel on the moon.
Yeah, but I'm saying, like, wouldn't it get, like you saying a week, I mean, what are you going to see? Like, it's just space.
And that's cool. That's cool.
I think that's what I'm saying. I don't know. That's why I'm so fascinated by it.
It might get kind of lame.
It might get kind of lame, but you might get kind of crazy. Like, what is this? This is the ultimate test of your psychosis.
I think the coolest thing would be just the no gravity thing.
Yeah.
Where you could just kind of.
What if you could take like 5 or 6 of your friends? Like have a little space party.
Now you're talking.
Yeah. Like
That
a
would
boys'
be-
trip.
Again, but then
We're not going to Tuscany, Rob. We're going to the moon.
But I'm guessing at some point you're up there and you're like, well, why are we doing this up here, guys? Why don't we just go down to my garage?
Fair.
You know?
Fair. It is also National Sauvignon Blanc Day. I know you're a big white.
Sauvignon.
Sauvignon.
Here's another thing that's happened to me as I get older. I'm moving more into the whites.
Where does the
That's true.
Sauv Blanc rank on your white?
I like it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't like the well, I mean, I don't really discriminate.
Sure. Good is good, bad is bad.
I don't like a Chardonnay.
Better than a
Nice.
Chardonnay for sure.
A nice buttery
Yeah.
California Chardonnay.
No, not my thing. I'm actually really, this is gonna, I mean, I'm sorry, but preemptive apology. I'm into rosés. I like the rosé. I think
Don't be afraid.
I think it's a great little wine.
Freaking bitch!
It's probably the most ultimate time and place.
Because these bitches
Style.
behind maintenance. Like I'm going
Like,
tomorrow.
When it hits, it hits.
What?
The rosé.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Yes.
I think champagne is like that too. I think people drink too much champagne, but if you don't dabble in champagne a lot, I think the right place, right time, bam.
No,
Ooh,
I
that's
show
great.
you my boobs. I will never have champagne by itself. I only drink like mimosas or something.
Yeah.
You know? Do you ever just drink champagne? I mean, maybe a toast. but-
Yeah. I have a really good friend of mine. She loves opening bottles of champagne.
Really?
Yeah. But that's it. I don't do it at my house. We have, for some reason, my
It's
wife
very
and
classy.
For some reason, my wife and I, we have like 7 or 8 different bottles of champagne that we've
Well, the tough thing about
procured,
champagne
and-
is if you're not prepared to drink the whole bottle,
Yes.
like you can't just cork it and put it
And
back on
drinking the
shelf.
whole bottle between 2 people is a lot of
It's
shit.
a lot of sugar and a lot of bubbles.
And that's why it's best for mimosas.
Yeah.
With a group of people.
Correct.
Because then you can just kill a bottle in a.
And then put a little bit for color. Well, we've lost a local legend.
Oh no.
We have lost a local legend.
Big Sook?
Not Big Sook. Not yet.
And it makes me sad.
Do we know if he's alive?
I don't.
I've not gotten a signal from Sook.
I haven't either.
Should I hit him up on the WhatsApp?
Yeah, right.
Isn't that what the kids do?
Is he in bed right now? Let's see, 4:30. So 9. Did you say 9 hours?
I think it's 9 hours.
9 or
ahead.
10, depending on.
Yeah, he's partying. Oh, he might be home. I mean, I don't know. I wonder when he flies home. Anyway, sorry. Who died?
It would be. She was a mother and a television star, Tilly the Otter, at
We
the
talked about
Oregon
this
Zoo.
yesterday.
Did you?
Yeah, dude, come on, man.
Dude, I don't know. I don't listen to your show every day.
Why not?
Because
You should.
you got better things to do.
Yeah, we talked about old Till.
Oh,
I mean, to
She
be
was-
fair, you showed up with the TriMet Barber news on Tuesday after you did it on
that's
Monday.
true.
I did. I
That's
did
true.
look at Buck's like little descriptions on the podcast,
Uh-huh.
and I was like, "Cool." They didn't talk about Tilly the
No,
Otter.
we had Tilly on there.
Well, I
Well,
wanna-
she's a legend.
She's a legend, and I want to talk about her. My wife and I, the otter is our spirit animal. We use the otter as an "I love you" to each other.
What? Oh.
I like how Buck kind of threw, and you're looking at me like,
What does that mean? A spirit animal.
The otters, they.
Is this like astrology?
Is this
type
because they
stuff?
hold hands when they float off at
You
sea?
got it, dude. Yeah, they hold hands when they sleep on their back.
Did
so
you know they
don't
do
float
that,
Away.
Isaac?
Yeah, I've seen that.
Yeah.
They're cute.
We think
the
it's
otters
super
are great.
cute. They're also some bastards.
They're mean. Yeah.
Oh yeah, they will like rape
wait.
other animals just to get them away.
How do you declare a spirit animal? Like, what does that mean for
We
you?
feel that the otter represents our bond as a relationship.
Dude, really?
Yeah, man.
That's stupid.
These people are crazy. There's something wrong with them.
But
Why
okay.
is that crazy?
Well, it's not.
Why? Because I love my wife.
You do you. Well, I love my wife. Maybe tonight I'll go home and I'll be like, hey, babe, we need a spirit animal.
Yeah.
What's
or
our
or
spirit
a
animal?
representative
Nice
of your
rattlesnake.
relationship.
Yeah, she'll be like, you're a snake.
Yeah.
Pig.
You're a cow then.
Pig and a snake. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Milwaukee butter hog.
I can't tell you how embarrassed I
The
am.
butter hog's our spirit animal. He's gonna go get him one of those Milwaukee butter hogs.
I can't tell you how embarrassed I am that you did this yesterday.
Oh, don't.
This
be
is the
embarrassed.
low point of my career.
Oh, we do this all the time.
I'm calling it.
It'll get lower. Yeah, no,
You've still got time.
Yeah, you got plenty of time. We had Tilly, but Tilly was what, 16?
16.
And she was beloved by so many.
Yeah, was she the one that shot the basketball?
No,
like-
I think she was a river otter. I think it was one of the sea otters that shot
Yeah,
the
you're
basketball.
You're right. Never mind. What's the coolest thing at the zoo? You guys been at the zoo lately?
No.
Yeah,
I hate zoos.
I go all the time.
Yeah.
Concept is really sad to me.
No, I hear you. Sook talks about that a lot too.
Well, and we talked about this a little bit. What I do appreciate about the Oregon Zoo is it seems like, I mean, I know zoos in general may not be everyone's favorite thing, but it seems like they are helping out lives of animals that were not going to make it otherwise in
Yeah.
a lot of cases. And so we were there last weekend, and we saw the new baby elephant, which was just cute as can be.
Ooh, yeah. What's her name?
Tula.
Little Tula.
See, and that's where that works. Like, there aren't many elephants rolling around this world. We should probably do what we can, but I don't know if we need otters.
Well, and there are times,
in
too, where I've
zoos.
gone before and just seen the adult
Well-
elephant standing there in their pens and been like, that looks like no fun,
That looks
man.
terrible.
You say you don't know if we need otters. Did you know the story of Tilly?
No.
So Tilly was found on the Tillamook.
Hence the name Tilly.
Hence the name Tilly. And she was abandoned and had been attacked by another animal. She was going to die, Patrick. And yet, so to Buck's point,
Yeah.
putting her in a zoo allowed her to live 16 great years. Whereas otherwise, in the wild, she was toast.
I suppose that's true.
Little weenie.
Now I'm sad. I
Yeah.
just made myself sad.
But that's a good way to think
makes me
about
sad.
zoos.
Yeah.
Just think, and it's
Just
not
think
all
we're
the animals.
saving them,
Just
yeah.
think, you're giving them a life that's good that they wouldn't have
I
normally.
guess I can't help but think of the cage.
And Oregon, of all places, is as, like,
Oh, dude.
animal
I-
and cause
yeah.
conscious
I'm
as anywhere.
sure
so if
the
there's-
Oregon Zoo is
if
one of the
there's a
better
zoo doing
run
it the right
zoos.
way, it's probably
Well,
that.
I am guessing the people at the Oregon Zoo are elite animal handlers.
Yes, I'm sure they
like
are.
elite because we're just so into animals.
Did you guys talk about peeing in jugs?
We have talked
Ooh,
about
it's been
that
recurring, but not for a while.
Is there a new?
We've got an update.
We have a new victim.
We have an update on piss jugs. That's next on In the News. Primetime, today the fan.
It's back, and it's sure to sell out fast. Your local Toyota dealers present the 11th Annual Fan Golf Classic at Langdon Farms Golf Club on Tuesday, June 24th. Brought to you by Henderson & Daughter Windows and Doors and Philbrook Law, Accident and Injury Lawyers. Choose from the morning or afternoon round. Visit your local Toyota dealer today. Toyota, let's go, please.
Sticking here with In the News.
Correction, by the way. Tilly, our beloved late otter friend, she was found on the Johnson Creek, named after Tillamook.
See, roaming reporter, a man on the streets. You can host or you can
my facts.
be the stat checker.
Gotta get facts right.
Gotta get facts right. An update to a story. It sounds like in early April, I believe it was, residents in Northeast Portland were finding jugs of urine dropped off in their house.
Not in their house.
Well, at their
yards,
house,
right?
in their yard.
No, it was in he put it in the recycle bin.
He has returned.
Yeah, so he got
He
somebody
has
else.
returned. He's got somebody else.
Well, he got a lady recently.
Some guy named Alex has a video of him wearing a mask, pulled over the side of his house wearing a mask, and dumped them in the recycling bin.
Wait, he drove them there?
Yeah.
Okay, where do I see this video?
I found this on K2, yeah.
Okay.
And of course,
I'm
it
gonna go
says
look at
error
this.
occurred.
What if it's Souk?
That would be awesome. The garbage company, it says the garbage company won't take the jugs. They're considered a biohazard. So why are you peeing in jugs in the first place? Why not just pee outside?
Yeah, I don't. Dude, that's the weirdest story. Like, it's just.
Is he a trucker?
They're being a nuisance.
Yeah, but the truckers, they just throw it out the side of the window.
Yeah.
This is like you're targeting a specific neighborhood repeatedly.
Maybe a trucker who specifically doesn't like certain individuals. I don't know.
Urine dumper. Yeah, here we go. Okay, I'm gonna watch this video.
I prefer piss jugs.
God,
Can you say that on the radio?
Maybe not.
We're gonna go with it.
We're gonna go with it.
Those are so gross. Like, just looking at the jugs makes me...
Yeah, it's like a milk carton. Have you guys ever been in a spot where you had to pee?
What do you mean?
In something like that, like a Gatorade bottle, a water bottle?
Well, I had to squirt. Yeah. I've peed in a Gatorade bottle.
Have you been unsuccessful?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm fortunate that I've not been unsuccessful.
There was a guy who lived in my dorms that when he woke up in the morning and it was really cold in the hall and he didn't want to have to go, he would just do it in his bed in a Gatorade bottle.
Wow.
And his roommate, no, he had a roommate who was incensed every time this happened, but they were good buddies.
The video's not working, though. It's not working.
Yeah, the original lady is Jessica Walden. She moved here in November from San Diego. Reading this news article is just so hilarious. In January, she too had jugs of urine dropped in her blue bins.
Well, the thing about this, if I remember right when we talked about it, they'll take them if they're put in the trash. But if you put them in the recycle, they won't.
Well,
Why
you
are
can't
you going there?
You can't put any liquid in the recycling bin.
Right. But the point is, like, if you put them in the trash, it wouldn't be like they'll just take them.
What are the odds?
So this is just a weird.
What are the odds that these victims know this person? Is this intentional?
Aren't they all in the same neighborhood?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Like, why would you?
You're assuming it's a he.
I believe
don't
the
be
video
sexist.
is assuming it's a he.
Why? Oh, because it looks like a dude?
Yeah.
Did you see that lady who poops on cars in, what was that, Arizona or
I
something?
did see that.
Oh, yeah.
Thought about talking about that today, but I like to piss jugs more than
Yeah,
poop
well, this
cars.
is local.
Yeah.
News you can use. Watch out for the urine dumper.
I firmly believe that these people have interacted with this person in some way.
They pissed him off. He was like maybe a former
Yeah, or
neighborhood.
they've got like a pride flag and he hates woke people.
Oh,
or
there you go.
You know, or
But again, then why wouldn't you leave it on their doorstep or something? You're
or
putting it in
they
their bin.
or they both walk dogs and the dog poops in his yard. You know, it's just too targeted.
But I feel like you'd also do something more, if it was to target someone else, you'd do something more inflammatory than put it in the wrong recycle bin.
Could it be maybe just a homeless guy who doesn't want the urine, even if he pees outside, he just doesn't want it around his campsite?
Maybe.
You know what I'm saying?
But if you're driving around, why don't you just find a spot to pee?
Doesn't have a car.
Well, he does have a car.
He does have a car.
said
Oh, that's right. He does have a car.
He drove up there. Yeah.
What are you See, I just
Pee on
don't
me?
like
I don't
collecting
know.
urine in jugs. Like where?
What if it's Chance?
Well, that'd be awesome. The worst part is one of the pictures I saw. Like, bro, drink some water.
I know. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. It's
like
actually
just
pretty neat.
looking at the
like
jugs,
that right
it's
there?
yes, it's
Oh,
disgusting. That
Dude.
is not championship level pee.
Drink some water.
God.
Somewhere Tom Herman's shaking his head.
That's right. Where is that guy now? Tom?
Good
Herman?
Oh, that is a great question.
Yeah, he was the championship levels of hydration with the P chart on the Longhorns wall.
You don't remember that?
Yeah, he was going to revolutionize college football by medicine, by science.
When he had the whole Zach
nutrition.
Smith thing with that abusive wide receivers coach from Ohio State, he had the whole
By the
cool
way,
hook 'em.
Tom Herman out of the game.
Really?
Isn't that wild?
After he left Texas, didn't he go to Houston?
I think that's
no,
right.
he was at Houston, then he went to Texas.
Oh, sorry, it was the other way around.
Yeah.
So then he left Texas.
Then he went to the Bears.
Oh.
As like an analyst.
Is that where everyone goes to die? Helfrich went to the Bears too.
Florida Atlantic. He was the head coach at Florida Atlantic.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah,
I knew he
Bears,
got
yeah.
another head coaching gig.
Yeah, but now they fired him.
Why were we so high on him?
I
at
don't know.
Houston?
That's a good question.
Wasn't he like a pretty revered offensive coordinator guy under? Who was he under?
He was the OC at Ohio State
for
and Iowa State.
Herb.
That would have been.
I think maybe for Urban, yeah.
So he's an Herb guy, and that gave him enough.
Yeah, he was an herb guy.
Anyway, I'm glad I don't live in Northeast Portland. No piss jugs in my neighborhood.
That's so annoying.
Go Vancouver.
Is Portland? Portland has to be the city in the country that gets the most stupid petty crap
It's
like
really
this.
bad publicity. It's like stupid publicity.
Well, and it's not really a crime. I mean, I guess it's a crime, but it's not that bad.
It's
like,
not life or death. It's
we
nothing
are the
really
king
crazy.
of that. Why is that?
But it's like, yeah, somebody sees something stupid, and then 2 weeks later they're like, yeah, see, now they got piss jugs.
God.
That town is so dumb.
People are such, I don't know, it's weird. There's something about Portland.
Could it also be the way it's covered?
Or it's just drugs.
Yeah, it's
You
also
know?
like there's nothing else going on of substance, so that's what's running our heads.
Or it's like I can't talk about Fenny anymore, so it's like I can't beat to death the homeless situation anymore. So let's dig deep for some
Well,
some.
I don't know if you heard, but our president saved 258 million people from fentanyl. So,
which is like
80% of
75% of our population.
Yeah. Well, he saved me.
Well, he saved all of us, apparently. I mean, just by taking it off the streets.
What
That
a
way you
damned
don't walk
hero.
by. But is the 25% of Americans he didn't save in this town?
Sure seems like it.
Sure seems like it.
They're eating the dogs.
All right, that is in the news, May 2nd,
Hell
2025. Coming up, the 5 o'clock hour. What?
Hey, are you MAGA?
No.
Make America
I
great,
always
bitch.
think America's great. I don't think we need to make it more greater. It's already the greatest.
Tell you what, you could be secret MAGA.
That'd be wild.
I mean, you don't really project
What
that.
would it be? How?
I think it's... Yeah, you don't really project that, but I'm saying secret MAGA.
I mean, I could probably keep the secret better than anybody. Like,
I
if
don't
I
know.
was MAGA, I definitely know how everything else
So
works to
we
be
have-
anti-MAGA.
Do we have any MAGAs on the fan staff?
Oh, I don't think we should say that on the air.
Well, we do have one.
Yeah.
But we don't have to. I mean, it's not. I mean, look. I mean, he's our president. A lot of people like him. It's
70
not,
million people voted for
It's
him.
not the worst. I'm just saying, we do have one MAGA. But if we had a secret MAGA,
You think it's me?
I'd think about you. I think it would.
I mean, I do know both sides really well. I mean, I worked in the
And
service
I
industry, man. I have to see these people all the time, good or bad, mid-road, doesn't matter.
I don't know the politics of most people on the fan, so I don't even know. Maybe they aren't even secret, or they are MAGA. I don't know. But I would say Dirt is a candidate. I don't know his politics, but I could see him being MAGA.
Secret, yeah.
Secret MAGA.
About Dusty, growing up out in the country, and
He's corporate boss now.
coaching out in banks.
I know him too well.
Corporate boss.
He's not.
He just got a pay bump. Maybe he's becoming MAGA with the pay bump.
I mean, you know,
I know friends that vote that way simply for tax brackets.
Well, yeah, Sook's a J6er. That's already that hay's already in the barn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
May 2nd, 2025. Loaded third hour coming up. We'll have Joey Harrington at the bottom of the hour, plus what's going on in the rest of sports tonight, and then we'll get into the club at 6
Yeah,
o'clock.
no hot 5-5. Isn't
No
that
hot 5 and 5.
Isn't that hot? We don't have that next.
I was going to
It's
wait
not coming
till
up.
5 o'clock.
Oh, to say that?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
It's all right.
Stepped all over you there.
It's all right. Stick around. Primetime.
I've got a lot to learn about this job.
It's insane.
Dwight back with you for Forest Hills Golf Course outing.
From the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Brought to you by Crunch Fitness. Memberships as low as $9.99 per month. Find your Crunch time in Portland, Vancouver, and online at crunch.com. First on the Fan, big news in the NBA today, as Spurs head coach Greg Popovich has announced his retirement after nearly 3 decades leading the franchise. Pop finishes his career with 5 NBA titles and the most wins of any coach in league history. Interim head coach Mitch Johnson has already been promoted to the full-time position. On the hardwood tonight, just one game as the Warriors look to eliminate the Rockets in Game 6. They'll tip it off in the Bay Area at 6 o'clock on ESPN. Warriors are 5-point favorites. On the ice tonight, the Jets look to close out the Blues in St. Louis. Puck drops in just a matter of moments for Game 6 over on TNT. On the diamond, the Mariners start a 6-game road trip with 3 games set in Arlington against the Rangers. Brian Wu on the bump for Seattle, while Jack Leiter takes the ball for Texas. First pitch coming in just a few minutes. And the 151st Kentucky Derby comes your way on Saturday. They will run for the Roses just before 4 o'clock on NBC. Your favorite journalism, just better than 3-1 odds. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. Brian Buckley at the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt missing work? Insurance companies acting like jerks? Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at WarrenAllen.com.
More, please. Golf in the Northwest with Jason Swigart is back. Saturdays at 8 a.m. before the Sinner and the Saint on Portland's sports leader, 1080 The Fan.
Good afternoon. At the tone, Pacific Daylight Time will be...
It's 5 o'clock. 5 o'clock.
One step closer to my own personal hell.
This is Primetime on Sports Radio 1080 The Fan.
We expect the best. We're not afraid to break someone. Do you hear me?
Primetime is your source for the best in local, regional, and national sports.
Go ahead and clap. Mediocrity deserves applause.
Isaac Robb.
I'm miserable. I had to get up at 10 o'clock this morning.
Jason Sakanik.
I'm a dude playing a dude disguised as another dude.
Primetime on 1080 The Fan.
All right, hour number 3 here on Primetime. Patrick Harris with you, sitting in a wannabe sports bro. But hey, right across from me, that's Isaac Robb. He does this job.
Sup, bro?
I am fascinated by the concept of Isaac Robb being the most famous guest on his own show.
Yeah, well, I don't know about famous.
Can
but,
you be a guest on your own show?
I'm a guest host today.
Guest host, yeah.
I'm
That
filling
makes
in
you
for-
a guest.
I'm filling in for Sook.
You are filling in for Sook.
I came hard today.
I'm filling in for you.
Yeah.
It's a weird concept.
Yeah, it's odd, but I don't hate it.
No. It's kind of fun. Right?
I've been great.
I've been mediocre.
You know?
I think this is
Yeah,
all
you're
right.
fine.
Yeah, it's fine.
Whatever.
It's okay.
Hey, look, it's just a day. We're just trying to S out. We got a new boss now.
Yeah, we got a new boss. That is the breaking news of the day. For those of you that didn't join us at 3 o'clock, we had the new brand manager, program director, whichever you want to call it, here at the Fan. One, Dusty Hera.
Dusty's taking over.
Dusty's the boss now.
For Jeff. And he's leaving his show.
He's leaving his show.
It's a big career pivot for Dusty, but we couldn't be happy for him. We love him here. He's very well respected here, and he's going to do a great job.
We kind of interviewed him a little bit in the 3 o'clock hour right at the beginning of the show, so go check out the podcast if you want to hear that. Look, and like Rob said, we'll hammer on this again. It couldn't have happened to a nicer guy, couldn't have happened to a better guy, and I would be shocked if there's anyone in this building that even says, I don't know, let alone that's a bad move.
Yeah.
I think every single person in this building is on board with that, and that's awesome.
There's only 5 people in the building.
Well, right now there's only 3.
But he's got 100% of those 5 people.
Well, I tell you what.
Right now there's only 3.
He did get a lot of congratulatory emails.
Yeah, I
which
know.
Are, which are really
love it.
annoying.
I love it.
Is that a little performative?
Yes.
Very much.
I mean,
Yes.
it's nice that we all announced it, but do 12 people have to chime in? Way to go, Dusty.
There was
Congrats.
a moment. There was a moment where do you ever start thinking to yourself, "Oh man, if
Do I
don't-
look bad if I don't?"
Yeah, do I look bad if I don't?
No, I do go the opposite way. So I am definitely not sending.
I have hit reply all on one email in my entire career here at Odyssey.
And what was that?
2 months ago, yelling about my 10-year anniversary.
I didn't even see that.
Yeah,
I missed it.
It was
It's
the
actually pretty neat.
It was the birthday and anniversary email that went out for
Yeah,
March.
They do it every month.
They do it every month.
I don't know who does it.
And I took personal offense for not being on the March one, as it was my 10-year anniversary.
They
So I
left you
hit
off?
a reply all
God.
just to be a jerk.
Okay, passive aggressive.
Yeah, and then I found out my 10 years in April.
You moron.
It was we were up at Fan Madness. That's when I did it. That's
How about that, boo boo?
That's when I did it. So congrats to the fan man.
Yeah.
He is in charge. And yes, like Rob said, they'll be looking for a new host. I imagine we get Danny and friends for a little bit in the afternoon. But hey, maybe it's one of you kids out there on the streets, huh? If you're on I-5 and you want to be the new host, honk your horn.
I think there's going to be, I know there's going to be some really exciting things coming at the fan.
Mm-hmm.
Can't talk about them yet.
Love that tease. That's my favorite tease.
But,
There are going to be some real cool things. You just don't know about it.
Just wait.
Hold on, everybody.
Just wait. Dusty's going to help usher that in for us.
If they do come through, they're really great. They're really rad.
Yeah.
There's a lot of really cool stuff coming down the
a lot
pipeline.
of percentages being thrown around here. Like, 95%. Yeah.
Oh, stocks.
And boy, that scares the hell out of me because it's like, I know Odyssey.
You got to come in hot, though. Speaking of coming
An
in,
Odyssey station.
Speaking of coming in hot, the Knicks take down the Pistons last night, and Jalen Brunson drops 40. And while I'm watching this game, I'm kind of thinking to myself, boy, I kind of want Detroit to win. But it's fun to see, dudes be dudes like Jalen Brunson. And it kind of had me thinking, the stars are aligned, and each sport is kind of different. Stars were aligned for the Knicks to play Boston. NBA loves that. That's a ratings bonanza. Like, they're so excited about that. But I'm the kind of guy, and maybe this is just my weird sportsdom, I'm the kind of guy that would have rather seen Detroit take a shot at him. I kind of like these budding teams growing and kind of getting into the moment and seeing how far they can push that moment, as opposed to just knowing the AFC Championship is Buffalo KC.
Yeah.
I kind of like seeing...
You like fresh blood.
Yeah, but sometimes
I don't know.
it's different in each sport.
Well, I got to tell you, I don't like the Knicks all that. I mean, I don't think they're that...
Well, I don't think so either. I think that's kind of why I wanted Detroit.
Maybe, but I also think Detroit's even more like that.
Well, they
series,
need a guy. Talking about the Lakers need a guy.
Yeah,
Detroit needs a guy.
Detroit needs a guy. But that series did nothing for me.
No.
Each
game, like, total margin of victory is like 15 points. Yeah.
And Jalen Brunson, man, and I heard Jay Williams say that Jalen Brunson is the greatest Knick of all time. Dude,
slow down.
What is happening in...
Is that really where we are with the NBA?
That. He said that.
Who said that?
Jay Williams.
Oh, God.
And I assume he was being serious. Yeah, that's dumb.
We don't have to goat everybody out there. We just don't have to do that.
No.
I mean, Carmelo is a better Knick than Jalen Brunson.
Yes. Not even close.
And he's not even near number one.
Have you heard of Patrick Ewing?
Yeah.
Good Lord.
I'd take John Starks. Give me John Starks over Jalen Brunson.
Johnny Starks. But Brunson is awesome to watch.
He is great. He is great.
Unless he's foul baiting, which is half his game.
Another Nico Harrison
look at you, just bagging on Jalen.
Oh, he's a hero last night, but the previous 3 games, nobody could stand him because he's jumping in defenders, shooting up threes.
Well, I think that's kind of what's cool about Jalen Brunson is he's not a very good basketball player. He's just a very good athlete. I mean, when I watch Jalen Brunson and he takes a shot, I'm not like, man, that guy is a pure shooter.
No, he's more crafty than he is.
Yeah.
Pure.
He kind of, he's a really good athlete. Apparently, he's the most clutch player in the NBA.
Ooh. Sorry, I'm looking at a list of greatest Knicks of all time. They have Carmelo 6th. This is from.
He didn't do anything there.
But he
scored a bunch of points.
Hey, better than.
Well, who's above him?
Okay, so they've got number 1 is Patrick Ewing.
Yep.
Number 2 is Walt Frazier.
Okay.
Number 3 is Willis Reed. Number 4 is Earl the Pearl. I forgot about him.
Earl the Pearl, baby.
Monroe. And then number 5 is Dave DeBusschere. I don't know who that is.
DeBuscher, I think.
Is that okay? Never heard of him.
I feel like he said that making fun of us.
Bernard King, Bill Bradley, Allen Houston. Okay, so now we're into the
when Allen Houston is there, yes,
okay.
Jalen Brunson can enter the chat.
Yes, I'm going to stop scrolling.
Yes.
But so I don't know, it's fun to watch him. I think Knicks Celtics will be. I think that's pretty cool. Pretty cool series.
And I'm actually kind of the opposite. I don't think it'll be that cool because, like you said, I don't think the Knicks are very good.
I think I saw that the Celtics are minus 900 to win the series.
Are they really?
Like, they're not giving the Knicks any chance.
Wow. Okay.
What's in 5? Boston in 5? Boston in 6? What's Vegas saying? Like, what does minus 900 get you?
Let's find out what the most popular series score is. I bet it's 4-1.
So I think that's why I think I'm more interested in having Detroit in there. Even if Detroit gets swept, And even if Detroit gets gentlemen swept, is that not what we're going to see with New York?
I think the key for me is I need some semblance of the underdog having a chance to win. And I think the Knicks could
Give
knock
you
off
more
the
of it.
Celtics. I don't think the Pistons could.
Like the Villanova boys could have a shot if they get hot.
Yeah, I mean, I love the underdog, but the underdog has to be like interesting in a sense of like, oh, watch out. Whereas Pistons, if they got in there, it wouldn't be, oh, watch out. It's like, oh, that's cute. Now the Boston's going to roll them.
Yeah. And I guess I just want to see that projection or that, not projection, that progression.
Progression, yeah.
Yeah, just kind of see where you go. I mean, it's not as fascinating as say like out in the West where it's like,
dude, the West is going to be great.
Where it's like this game 7 between Denver and the Clippers. It's kind of like
I saw
and we'll get to that.
Oh, okay.
We'll get to that.
But in the East, would you rather watch Cavs Pacers or Knicks Celtics?
I might be Cavs Pacers.
Yeah, because I like my Pacers, but
I like your Pacers too. They were my team growing up as a kid. Before I moved here.
Why?
Reggie. He's my favorite player of all time.
Side note, what do we think of him as a broadcaster?
Not very good.
I know everybody loves to dog on him, but I think people love to dog on him because other people love to dog on him. I think he is fine. I do not think he is amazing, but I think as color commentators for the NBA go, I'd rather have Reggie than Mark Jackson.
Would you?
Oh, thank God Mark Jackson's not around anymore. But Reggie's
pretty rough.
Fine barely gets you there for Reggie with me. Like he is.
Yeah, he's
not very good.
He's not great.
I think the problem.
But he's got a fun. There's something about him that's palatable.
He's got a voice.
Yeah,
His
he's
voice
so likable,
is
but he's just not a great analyst.
Yeah, he's not a great analyst at all. He's having fun. You could tell he loves the game, and he's
kind of caught up in it almost like a fan.
Yeah.
I think another thing that works, Reggie, as I said, Reggie's my favorite player of all time. When I was a kid, it was easy to love Jordan, and I chose this other dude named Reggie Miller. I think what's tough with Reggie is I think his reputation when you watch him on TV and he talks, he doesn't seem like a big S talker. He seems kind of like a nice guy, nice, happy guy. But he sometimes tries to talk like the actual trash talker he was on the court. I think there's a lot of disparity between what you think he is and what he actually was. And he's actually being more of who he is, and it's not living up to your stereotype.
Maybe, but I just listened. I mean, he doesn't really offer me much.
Sure.
I mean, he doesn't really, like, he has lots of oohs and ahs and like, oh, look at that. But he doesn't really analyze anything.
I feel like we get that a lot in all the sports, though.
No, we do.
Like, what does Tom give you?
Tom who?
Tom Brady.
Oh, Tom's braids?
Yeah.
Again,
Tony Romo. They're not giving me much.
I honestly thought that, Romo.
Used to.
Romo's just kind of annoying. I think he's a good analyst. He knows what he's talking about. It's just that there's something about him that annoys people.
Mm-hmm.
Brady, I don't think is as bad as people say, but he
also needs time.
He's a stiff. Yeah, he needs time.
He needs
sure.
time.
But I think Reggie's
been doing it for a while, though.
Yeah.
Tom's new at it. That's his excuse.
I also think Reggie has really good play-by-play guys. I mean, he's with Harlan.
Well, yeah.
Dude.
And the TNT brand as a whole is the best.
That makes him look way better. Like, in other words, I think we would be all over Reggie Miller if he had a way worse play-by-play guy that couldn't kind of drown him out.
I know you don't watch, or I don't know if you do, though. Let me speak for you. But the TNT hockey coverage is very similar.
Never seen it ever once.
And what I would say is somebody who's, who needs to learn a lot about hockey when I watch, Gretzky doesn't offer you a whole lot when he's on there, but everybody else around him makes him look so good.
Okay. Well, it's nice to have him on.
Yeah, it's nice to have him on there.
It's the great one.
But the content that he gives you is not fantastic.
Right.
But the guys he's surrounded by make him look pretty good. I mean, they probably also all revere him.
Well, they probably bow down.
They bow down to him, and when he says something, somebody comes in and says it a little more eloquently or a little more to the point.
I think what Wayne's trying to say here.
Good call, great one. Yeah, he totally.
Let me say that another
stick
way.
and puck. What did you call Suk? Oh, I guess that'll come up.
That's recorded, dude. Come on, man.
Let's flip to the West, where it is a very, very different series. I don't know if I would absolutely touch this with a 10,000-foot pole. This is Primetime. That's Isaac Rupp. I'm Patrick Harris. Buck on the ones and twos. Today to the Fan.
Check out the Fan merch locker.
on.
I'd like to hear Schulte take a whiff at this.
Yeah, definitely.
But it's not very croony, though. Christopher Cross's voice is so different.
Yeah, but Schulte can make anything croony.
He probably could. Yeah, he could take this.
Would you like to hear Christopher Cross sing anything other than Christopher Cross?
I don't think so.
He's uniquely suited. I mean, it's just...
Trying to think what else his style would sound good on. It's hard to imagine.
Yeah, I mean, could he do like some Bublé type stuff?
Maybe. I mean, he's one of the godfathers of yacht, is he not?
Yacht rock, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. Such a fascinating place, yacht rock.
You seen the doc yet?
No.
Dude, watch that.
Really good.
I'm so worried that yacht rock, that the phrase has become, because like I see this in like discussions about more modern bands, and everybody's so quick because you put out something that's kind of catchy and poppy, and it's like, oh man, yacht rock throwback. I feel like it's one of those things like everybody's so quick to label anything as yacht rock.
Was it called, what was that thing called, Buck?
It was called Yacht Rock, a documentary, but they spelled documentary like D-O-C-K.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
Like being on the
Like
dock.
a doc.
It's on HBO Max. It came out last fall.
It's really,
Or
really
last
good.
winter.
What are some of the
Really
bands
good.
they highlight?
What are some of the what?
Bands that they highlight.
Well, Kenny,
like-
Kenny Loggins is in
Yeah.
there a lot.
Kenny Loggins,
Hall
Michael
Notes,
McDonald.
Michael McDonald.
The other thing is that the dudes who are from Toto, they
Yeah.
like
Oh.
the really cool thing about the documentary, at least for me, was that Yacht Rock is like this crazy web of everybody played on everybody else's albums and everybody sang backup for everybody else. And like
yeah.
you don't realize how interconnected kind of
I mean, Michael
all of
McDonald
it
was
is.
in Steely Dan and
Yeah,
the Doobie
exactly.
Brothers. Yeah.
And he was also singing backup for Christopher Cross, who
Yeah,
sang
that's
backup
awesome.
for somebody else or played, it's really cool.
And how it was born. You know, it talks about why it became a thing. It's great. You should watch it, you
Okay.
son of a bitch.
You would like it.
I ain't got nothing else going
True
on.
story.
Might as well.
Yeah, you're unemployed.
Yeah, hell yeah, dude. I'm
Especially
retired.
after today.
I'm retired.
Yeah, right.
That's what I like to say to people. Yeah, I'm retired. Houston, Golden State, that do anything for you tonight?
Yeah,
Yeah?
100%.
Think Houston has it in them?
I think they're going to give them a battle. Yeah, I think the Warriors will win. I love that series. That is my favorite series of the whole first round. That series has been a battle.
Agreed. Now I'm curious how.
Oh, except last game.
Now I know
was a
that
blowout.
I know that they are better, quote unquote.
Who?
Houston than
really.
Detroit.
Oh,
But how come you're pro Houston? Are you pro
I'm not
Houston?
pro Houston. I love the Warriors.
Okay.
I'm a huge Curry guy. I don't love the Warriors. I just like to watch Curry. I'm not pro Houston. I just think they can give them a game. Yeah, I mean, I don't think this is a cakewalk to into the next round for the Warriors.
And I've always been a Warriors guy because of Klay Thompson, because that's my guy.
Your boy.
That's
right.
my boy.
Coug.
I lived across the street from him in college.
Coug.
He seems like a Coug. He's kind of low
Great
key,
dude.
down to earth.
Great dude.
Nice
You're
welcome
guy.
for me being here today.
Can I just? This is gonna piss you off
Go for it.
because I try to get Buck pissed off with this, but it doesn't work because Buck's pretty good at deflecting my jabs.
Plus, he's just taken the abuse long enough that.
Yeah, Buck's been one of the best at taking our jabs. There are others that have not. been
Oh, I
as
know
good.
some of your previous
Yeah.
that aren't as.
I learned pretty quickly
fill-ins.
the harder you dig in, the worse
Yeah,
it gets for you.
correct.
Yes.
Especially with Sukan.
It's like this girl in high school. Her house got TP'd. Toilet papered. Something like 17 weeks in a row. And she would come to school every Monday, just who did this? Blah, blah, blah. And that's why I kept getting it done.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Klay Thompson, overrated.
Clay
Chucker.
Thompson appropriately rated.
I'm just telling you my opinion.
Klay
And why is
Thompson,
that? Why is that?
I just-
underrated.
Chucker.
Chucker.
Don't like his game.
I love his defense. Well,
So that's
three
my thing.
ACLs and Achilles.
There was a brief point in time before his injuries, he was the best two-way two guard in the league.
Without a doubt.
And I respect that.
His
I
three,
respect that.
Not
his
much of
3
a ball
and D,
handler, never
his
was.
3 and D was the
Dude,
ultimate 3 and D.
He would get on these. I don't know. He gets white hot.
For sure.
He just get
Hotter than like any
Yes.
shooter ever.
Yeah,
Ever.
It's really amazing. But he tries to do that too much for my liking.
Yeah.
Like if he would be a maddening guy to be on my team if I were a fan of that team.
I also think I wouldn't be shocked if there's something that kind of like you and Steph are peers. Steph was there 1 year before him. So it's like you guys are more peers than looking up. So I think I wouldn't be shocked if there's something in his brain that's like, that guy can do it, I can do it too.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah.
Well, Curry did that to a lot of guys.
Yeah.
They all think they're Curry.
But now he's the older man,
And look-
now they are not his peer.
Clay's good.
Yeah.
And I
He's Hall of Famer.
obviously.
He's Hall of Famer.
And I don't even want to call him overrated. I just think for my taste, I just don't like the high volume chucker guys.
See, I always thought he was pretty efficient. Like he didn't
me too.
he didn't force stuff because he didn't really have the game to, and he had others to defer to.
But to Rob's
he was
point,
great.
40 points with 11 dribbles in a
Right.
game.
That's amazing.
That's
efficiency.
amazing. I think
Portrait
that's
of
great, dude.
efficiency.
I think that's awesome.
I hate you both.
So I was a Warrior. I'm pro Warriors because I watched Draymond in college. I watched Steph in the tourney at Davidson, and I'm a Clay guy. And I think Kerr's a pretty damn good coach. But I'm kind of
Love him.
I want to be pro Houston so bad for the same reason I was pro Detroit.
But what's
the
cool
problem
about
is
Houston?
I hate Dylan Brooks.
Yeah.
I cannot stand people like that.
Give me the best thing about the Rockets.
The rise in their build.
What?
It's all storyline for me. It's not individual
just that they're
players.
young and
it's that this
now
team
good.
had the #1 overall pick not too long ago, and
Yeah.
now they're good. I kind of like that. It's that fresh blood. Like I'm waiting on Orlando to pop. You know, I want to see Orlando pop and
They need
Houston
somebody
popping
other
is
than
cool.
Ben Caro.
Yeah,
My God.
but that's kind of what I like. That's what I want to see. The problem is that I absolutely despise Dylan Brooks, and it actually has nothing to do with being a Duck. I just can't stand people like that.
You know me. I don't watch a ton of NBA.
Yeah.
So when I started watching the playoffs, but I like the playoffs.
Sure.
So when I started watching the playoffs, I was shocked at. I kind of had that's Jalen Green moment, you know, like I was shocked at how he just wasn't
The guy.
not at all. Like I was like, wow, okay. So they don't. I don't know. They just don't have that Sengun guy I like. He's kind of cool and fun.
Shingun.
Or whatever his name is.
Shingun.
Shingun. But I don't know. There's not much to You talk about needing a dude. Houston.
They might get Durant.
Yeah.
They could get Durant. They've also been rumored for Giannis.
For Giannis as well.
Whoa.
That'd be great.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Would that be great? Where do we want Giannis to go? That's an interesting question.
I personally want Giannis to stay in Milwaukee.
Come on.
Okay. I don't know. I like players that play for the same team.
Like George Brett.
Like George Brett. You got it, dude.
Giannis to the Lakers.
Gross.
Terrible.
It'd just be so annoying.
Giannis to
Well, Giannis and Luka would be the weirdest duo ever. I do not see their games like meshing well.
What about Giannis to OKC?
Well, that would be stupid. Because then he doesn't have to be the guy. Then he's
Stupid
just
good?
and then he oh yeah. Then he's just
That would be
He's just
amazing.
paint presence.
I got to tell you, I think I'd like that.
I
I'd
think
like
would-
to see that.
I think I would like that too.
Giannis to Houston. Giannis to who? Like, what is Phoenix doing? They can't afford him.
No,
They're out.
they're in salary cap hell.
Team him up with your boy Curry in Golden State.
No, I've already seen that before. I don't want to see that again.
What do you think? Are they talking about that?
Yeah.
He's the next Durant.
Warriors fans are talking about that.
I bet they are.
I think for Giannis, because I like him so much, I kind of want to see him not in a major market. Does Golden State count as not a major market?
No, that's a major market.
Yeah, that's a major market.
Yeah, that's
But I like the OKC thing. You know, what if he went to Orlando on that team? You know, I just don't want to see him a Knick. I don't want to see him a Celtic.
What about the Nets? For some reason, he's rumored to, or like the Nets are like high on the odds lists.
They're
for
just
him.
because they're just willing to spend money.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's already seen walking around New York City like days after the season ended. Seriously.
So he's
He's already
going to-
projecting where he's going.
Maybe that's just where he wants to be.
Ooh, what about the Heat?
I mean, he'd be great.
That's an interesting.
He'd
fit.
be great there. You know, but what do you got to give up to get him?
Yeah.
That's the
Keep
thing.
Bam and get him.
I don't know if you can keep Bam. You're definitely not keeping Hero. They finally trade Tyler Hero
Spurs
for the superstar. I mean, that would be insane.
There you
That
go.
would be insane.
The Freak and the Super Freak
To Aaron Fox and
Wemby.
Wemby.
dude. Wemby and Giannis on the same
It's
team.
the Freak and the Super Freak.
Wow.
Yeah.
I'm in on that.
Last thing I want to get to in basketball before we slide over to Mr. Harrington here is we were talking about this on Wednesday. If there's any series that can prove why you don't need 7 games in the first round, it's Clippers Nuggets.
Why?
Because it's all for the whole thing in Game 7, and I don't see anybody blowing anybody out.
Oh, so you're saying 5 games we'd figure it out?
Yeah. 3 games we'd have figured it
Who
out.
won Game 5? Was that Nuggies? Yeah, because the Clippers.
And then the Clippers rolled them last night.
It wasn't last night. Was it?
Yeah.
Was that last night?
Yeah, it was last night.
Yeah.
Hmm.
But that's to your point. You were saying this on Wednesday, like seven games in the first round is not needed. This series needs 1 game.
I've always been an advocate that 7 games too long in the first round.
Yeah.
But yeah, you're right. That series right there.
This is a 1 game. Should have been from the beginning.
I kind of like the Clips.
It's really hard for me to get behind James Harden. When Kawhi is available.
I mean, in the game.
Yeah,
I'm not
yeah.
saying I like them. I'm
Yeah,
just saying
yeah.
I like them.
Oh, in the game?
Yeah. A road Game 7. Would you? Because they're plus money. I was
They
looking at
are?
it today. They're plus money.
I think I'm the Nugs. I think the Nuggies can get through this. I worry about them here on out. But I think Jokic can turn on something. That guy can dominate any game against any team. He is the best player in the world.
That he is.
And that's why I would
Neither
lean
of them are
that
going to
way.
beat the Thunder.
No. But I think I would like to see Jokic and the size of the Thunder together.
Yeah, because they have ring.
Yeah. I would love to see that. I think that's more must-see TV. I think the Clippers is just waiting for fat James Harden to be fat and
Yeah, I don't like
Kawhi to be unavailable. And then it's over.
Yeah. Yeah, that's fair.
Then it's like, thanks for playing.
T-Wolves Warriors or T-Wolves Rockets, which is a better series?
Oh, T-Wolves Warriors.
More interesting
Anthony
series?
Edwards is must-watch basketball for
Got
me.
Ant.
I'm not a big NBA guy, but boy, Ant is becoming
And
my favorite
Draymond
player.
trying to shut down Ant will
Yep.
be good theater.
Ant's becoming my favorite player in the NBA. I love
I'll
it.
see y'all for Game 7.
Yep. Well, that'll do it for us. Coming up next, we have Joey Harrington stops by. We'll talk some Cougs and we'll ask him about.
Look at you, just going to talk
Shedeur
Cougs
Sanders.
with Joey. Doesn't care about the Cougs.
Look, I'm going to dominate this. All right. Look, number 2, shove it.
You rarely have good questions.
Joey,
He hates me anyway. So
he was just mad that Sook's not here.
yeah.
Joey next, but first, Buck with sports.
Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Brought to you by Vulcan Design and Construction. Check out their award-winning outdoor living designs or schedule your free design consultation at vulcandc.com. First on The Fan. In the association, some big news today as Spurs head coach Greg Popovich has announced his retirement after nearly 3 decades at the head of the franchise. Pop finished his career with 5 NBA titles and the most wins of any coach in league history. Interim head coach Mitch Johnson has already been promoted to the full-time gig. On the hardwood tonight, just 1 game as the Warriors look to eliminate the Rockets in Game 6. They'll tip it off in the Bay Area at 6 o'clock on ESPN. The Warriors are 5-point favorites. On the ice tonight, the Jets looking to close out the Blues in St. Louis, but the home team already on the board. It's 1-0 Blues in the first period. You can see that over on TNT. On the diamond, the Mariners starting a 6-game road trip there in Arlington tonight with Brian Wu on the hill as they visit the Texas Rangers. It's 0-0 in the top of the 2nd inning. The Mariners do have a man on base. And coming up on Saturday, the 151st Kentucky Derby. Journalism is your favorite at about 3-1 odds. They will make the run for the Roses just before 4 o'clock on NBC. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Ryan Buckley, the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work, insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
Jump back to earlier parts of your favorite fan shows on the Odyssey app. The only way to rewind Portland's sports leader, 1080 The Fan. It's time for Who's Leading the Charge. A look under the hood at the coaches, players, and teams getting it done. Brought to you by Battery Exchange.
Cleveland or whatever other team he's been with. It's this one high in the air, deep right field, and gone. He has done it again. Just got to telling you how much damage he has done against the Blue Jays, and he adds to it with a home run here in the top of the 2nd.
Carlos Santana. That guy's got like 9 lives, man. Former Royal great. Now he's with the stupid... Wait, is he back with the Guardians? Yeah, your Guardians. Nice little player, though.
Battery Exchange.
Oh, yeah,
Who's
thanks.
leading the charge?
Mention code BXT10 at checkout for 10% off your purchase online at batteryexchangewithanax.com. Hey, it's Rob sticking around for the advocates. You know, look, the numbers show that one of you out there, or maybe several of you out there, are about to get injured. Hopefully it's not too bad. But if it is, there's only one number to call, and that's the advocates. Personal injury attorneys. They're our friends, Donikin, Ken and Donnie. They are of no cost to you. So the first call should not be to the insurance companies, although sometimes now people just go straight to the insurance company app and file a claim that way. Don't do that. Call the advocates first. They have built a reputation fighting insurance companies, and they are going to put more money in your pocket if it is there. Now, they will also tell you if they cannot increase the amount of money headed to your jean pockets, they're going to tell you that. So it's about doing what's best for you. The advocates' consultations are always free. There's no risk in calling to see whether they can help you, and they will not get paid until you win. So even if they take your case, it doesn't cost you anything. They're just going to get you more money. So call Ken and Donnie. They're committed to fighting for each and every one of you that are about to get injured. Look, I don't want any of you hurt, but it's going to happen. Call them. If you've been injured, you need more than a lawyer. You deserve an advocate. advocateslaw.com.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people
The future of building is here. It's been a couple weeks. Did you miss us?
I was like, don't just say like you didn't abandon me. I get this cryptic text a couple weeks ago saying, no show. It's like, no show? What do you mean? Like, and where were you?
Oh, me? I was off.
Yeah.
Sook's in Italy and is again today. By the way, Patrick Harris is here. Say hello to Patrick Harris. He is...
Hello.
We like Patrick, except that he's a coug, so don't hold that against him.
Whoa.
That's okay. Cougs never hurt anybody.
Yeah.
I mean,
Just
cougs,
ourselves.
you know, they always get close, and then they trip on their own feet and they coug it away.
See,
so it's okay.
We had that conversation the other day, Joey, about like fan bases that are just used to suffering. And I made the argument that my fan base is the #1 fan base. Isaac came back with Virginia Tech.
Well,
or
he said,
Mississippi
okay,
State.
here,
Yes,
this,
qualify, please.
This is good for you to weigh in on. Okay, so
All right.
Actually, I have 2 questions for you about the Cougs now that we're spinning the hits here.
I'm hot. I'm hot today.
One is, okay, so the other day he said the Cougs are the most passionate fan base that is the most irrelevant. And
So hold on. Before we get too far down this, I need guardrails. I need you to quantify, qualify,
probably qualify.
Something.
Yeah.
Are we only talking about collegiate sports? Can we include the NFL? Can we? Okay, so this is only college.
Yeah. Only college, and we're talking about entire athletic fan base. So
it's not just football.
Because no, I mean it's typically football, but it doesn't have to be. Because I thought of Indiana, like they're super passionate, but I mean their program hasn't done much of anything. But they have titles. But no, but he's right. Like the Cougs are super passionate. I mean that is a passionate fan base. They're into it. But I mean, and it's not that they lose all the time. They don't. They've had some good seasons and some good coaches. But they're just, especially now, they're kind of irrelevant. The one that I brought up that's maybe a comp is Virginia Tech, because they are super passionate and don't really win anything.
Well, but that doesn't make them irrelevant. I would argue that the Cougs' irrelevance has to do with conference or lack thereof affiliation.
Yeah.
Right? That's what makes them irrelevant at the moment. I mean, I think you could make an argument for maybe Utah if they weren't in the Big 12. Right, you can make an argument for Utah being extremely passionate but irrelevant. I think you could I might put Fresno State in there.
Ooh, that's good.
Fresno, if you're looking at like those secondary Cal schools, Fresno's going to be in there.
Yeah, because they are passionate down there.
Oh yeah, there have been plenty of people who've gotten beer dumped on them coming out of the tunnel at Fresno. Like,
I think Suk said he got batteries thrown at him by a kid in a wheelchair there.
They also have #1 overall picks, right? David Carr.
Yeah, I know all about David. Yeah.
Yeah. That's your guy.
Ironically, that's my guy. We never spoken.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
How is that?
I have no idea, and it just dawned on me. We were the same draft. He was the first pick. I was the third. I don't believe that I've ever spoken to David Carr.
Weird. Well, back then you didn't go to the draft, right?
I chose not to, correct. Yeah, I wanted to stay home and hang out at my grandparents' house at the park and, be with family. You only got to bring 6 people. You had one eight top, like round table. And that's all you got. And it's like, I have my grandparents, my cousins, aunt and uncle, roommates. It's like, we're just gonna hang around, and that was a great day. Actually, after I got drafted and did all that whole spiel, because I didn't know when I was gonna get drafted. It happened like really early in the morning, and then it hit like 12 o'clock, 2 o'clock. Like, now what? What do I do? I wasn't leaving for Detroit till the next day, so it's like, well, let's go over to Rose City. So we took a couple 6-packs over to Rose City, and that was the first time I ever shot even par.
Oh my
God,
you go. That's amazing.
but you never even after a game, because you guys played in the league for a decent amount of time, you never once crossed the field at the end of the game and said, "Hey, what's up?"
I think by the time I played at Houston, he was already in New York. Or where'd he go? New York or Carolina first?
I think New York.
I think New York. Okay. I don't know that our paths ever crossed.
That's weird.
That's wild.
Check that. Carolina against Atlanta.
Yeah, he spent one. That was 2007.
Yep, Jake Delhomme got. I think that's when Jake Delhomme had his season-ending injury. Remember where he missed that season, and David came in and played for him. But I don't know that I talked to him after the game.
You guys beat them 20-13. What a win!
Big win, big win.
So when did you know you were going third? At what point?
At the point that I got picked third.
Really? So what did you think?
I've told you this story about being on the phone with the NFL executive.
Refresh our memory.
Oh, swear I've told you this. Okay, so we're sitting in the living room. My grandparents' house are over by Laurelhurst Park, and there's probably 50 of us at the house, and big screen TV, and we're all just kind of hanging out. And I knew that someplace between 3 and 16-ish, I would be potentially picked. It was Buffalo was maybe looking, and Cincy was looking, and Kansas City and Washington. Washington ended up trading down, and then Detroit. And there were 2 brothers, and I cannot remember their last names. We're going to call them Smith, that were both front office executives in the NFL. One worked for the Lions and one worked for the Cardinals. And so I got the Lions are on the clock, and the phone rings, and my agent hands it to me, and he says, "It's Mr. Smith from the Cardinals." And, hello, hi, how are you doing? "Oh, I'm great, sir. How are you?" "I'm doing really well. So, just checking in. You excited? We're about ready to pick you." And I said, "With all due respect, what? It's not your selection." He said, "Who the hell you think you're talking to?" I said, "Mr. Smith from the Cardinals." He said, "No, this is Mr. Smith from the Lions." And so I put the phone up against my chest, and I looked at my agent. I was like, "It's the Lions." He's like, "Oh, my mistake." And then, sure enough, at that moment, Tagliabue says, "And with the 3rd pick of the NFL draft, the Detroit Lions select Joey Harrington, quarterback, University of Oregon."
Okay.
And then, bing, that's when I knew I was going to Detroit.
God.
I was on the phone thinking that I was talking to the Cardinals, and then 30 seconds later, bing, I'm going to Detroit. 30 seconds later, I was going to Rose City with a 6-pack. And then the next day,
shooting even far.
2 6-packs.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you thought you were going to the – what a mind F. You're sitting there going, okay, all these things are racing through your head about going to Arizona. Who was the coach there at the time? Was that Denny Green?
I can't even remember because they weren't really – but they weren't on the clock.
Yeah.
It wasn't their pick. So they're calling to say, hey, we're going to pick you. And I was like, no, you're not. It's not, there's a few people in line here. But yeah, no, it was completely had no idea what was going on. How did we get on this topic?
I don't know, but
the
did
draft
you?
Is over,
well,
it?
I'm going to get it back because this is what I do. It's all in my head. We'll get it back to the Cougs. But now I have another question. Was there a team that you really wanted to go to?
Well, I want to go to Kansas City.
Why?
Kansas City or Washington. Kansas City because it was Dick Vermeil. It was Denny Schuler. It was an incredible veteran coaching staff. Trent Green was there. Between you, me, and the fence post, I loved the idea of sitting for a year or two. I loved the idea of pulling Aaron Rodgers or Carson Palmer or Eli Manning or pick your guy who got to sit and watch and then step in and play. And yeah, they were the best run organization. That was the other one that I was really curious about was Washington because that's when Steve Spurrier was there, and my meeting with Steve Spurrier was really interesting. We didn't talk football, we didn't talk anything. He's just like, yep. We check it around. You like golf, Joey? I was like, yeah, I like golf. And he's like, well, that's good because every day about 2:00 we go play golf. It's like, what do you mean? Like, no, meetings are done. Like, what about meetings? Like, nah, we don't do meetings. We just go out and we play golf. It's like, sweet. So ironically, it probably wouldn't have lasted very long there in Washington. But I was curious about the Spurrier's offense, coming out of Florida. But yeah, that's where I wanted to go.
Or maybe it would have been greatness.
Or it could
don't
have
overthink
been
it. You become a great golfer anyway.
There you go.
So 2001, it's 2001, right?
Correct.
Yeah, that was Arizona had Jake Plummer and that was McGinnis was their head coach. I don't know who that is. I don't remember him. Anyway,
It wasn't Willie.
Dave McGinnis.
Oh, Dave.
Okay.
That's right.
We got to take a break, and when we come back, more with Joey. We'll get back on the Cougs. We got to get back on hot Cougs talk. And then Shador dropped all the way to the 5th round. We'll talk about that with Joey Harrington, courtesy of Mods PDX on the Fan.
It's time for a Ducks Report. The
most irrelevant in college athletics. Fresno State's a good one. Might I toss out the the FCS schools, the Montanas, the North Dakota States? Do you think they are more or less irrelevant than Washington State because they have just as passionate fan bases?
Significantly more relevant. Absolutely.
That's what I was saying.
I would much rather win a FCS national championship than be in a position where the Cougs are, which is in just like college football purgatory. Like there's nothing that they can do. The Bisons, the North Dakota State Bison are that's a very relevant fan base, in my opinion.
That's what I was trying to say. Just because their coaches might leave for programs like my program doesn't mean it's a more relevant spot. It's just a bump up.
Your program to get to somebody else's program.
Exactly.
Okay, so next question is because you love everybody loves the Cougs. The Cougs are adorable. Everybody loves them. When you played, power rank the hated rivals. Was it what I assume it's Washington 1, Oregon State 2, but I think back then the Beavers rivalry was really hot and heavy.
No.
Joey 5 pick?
Beavs are 1.
Okay, Beavs 1. Then Huskies.
They were good. That was Jonathan Smith, Ken Simonton, Chad Johnson, TJ Hushmanzada, Barnett, Jake Cookus. That was
probably their best team.
Lawrence Grant. Oh, hands down their best team. And we, and then was it 6? 5 picks. 5 picks and
Joey
a fumble.
5 picks.
So that was there you go. So Beavers 1, Huskies 2, because of so many guys from Southern California, like probably a half of our roster was from Southern California. USC was number 3, and then I would probably put Cougs 4.
Ooh.
Because those were some good years.
Yeah,
that was
coming off Ryan Leaf,
Gesser.
Jason Gesser, yeah.
We had a couple battles up there. We played in Pullman 2 years in a row, my junior year and my senior year, and both of them, one came down to the last play and the other went to overtime and came down to the last. I mean, it was those were both great games. And playing up there where it was like that was when I took a leak on the sideline, and
at the hallowed grounds of Martin Stadium, you peed on the sidelines
in the snow.
Oh, on the snow, yeah. No, it snowed on the field. It snowed the night before, so they plowed the field and built up the snowbanks. And the distance between the field and the visitors' locker room was too much, and so I was like, screw this! Like I can't make it back to the bathroom, and so we just opened up one of the equipment chests as kind of like a screen, and I peed on the sideline, but it hit the snowbank, and so it like made this big old steam, and so like the entire section like looked straight towards me as I was taking a leak. That's You're new to the show, so that's a new story to you, but that's an old one.
Yeah. So Shedeur fell all the way to the 5th round. We've talked about him before. I mean,
yeah, he probably peed on the sideline too.
Well, he certainly did something wrong. But my question to you is like, I feel like, and it's an interesting topic because of his dad and his, kind of his personality. But I mean, if you fall that far, the league evaluates you, right? Like they all do their homework. Even if you have red flags, if they think you can play, you're going to get selected a much higher than the 5th round. So isn't it just as simple as the league evaluated him and he just maybe isn't that great?
I don't think it's that simple.
Okay.
Here's what I think, and this is my 2 cents.
Well, you were there at the draft, so.
I wasn't at the draft. I was at the combine.
Combine. You worked with a lot of the quarterbacks, so.
Yeah. Here's what I think. Call it 5 teams that needed a quarterback that were truly in the market, right? 1, Cam Ward goes. And then you start, there's this, and let me ask it like this. Who was it that was leading the charge on the Shedeur hype train? Was it NFL GMs?
Nope,
it wasn't.
Media.
Right, exactly. And with the NFL draft, it is the biggest smoke and mirrors, splash a little water over here so that you don't see what's going on, what I'm really doing over here. Nobody wants people to know who they're going to select. So I genuinely think once you got by that first pick, then you had that group of like 4 or 5 different guys that I would likely say maybe 2, 3, 4 guys that were all kind of in the same boat. And what I think happened is the Giants were on, had the pick, and all these teams are happy to have them. Other people think that they want to take Shedeur Sanders, when in reality the Giants wanted to take Jackson Dart, and in reality the Saints wanted to take Tyler Shuck. So, your point, they do their own evaluations, right? And I think there was a big three-card Monty game going on that the NFL teams were happy to have somebody else thinking that, people thinking that somebody else was their prize. And then you get to a point, end of the second, third round, where the teams that may have been in the market, they know that nobody else is going to come get them. Right? So if I know that the Saints aren't going to pick him, I know that the Giants aren't going to pick him. Why would I use my pick right now for Shedeur when I could fill some other holes? Now, the one thing that gets to me, and I've thought about this, the one thing that confused me, and this is how I think, when the Browns picked Dylan, that was the one that threw me a curveball. I was like, okay, now we got an issue. And the way that I can justify it is the Browns knew they were going to take two guys, right? Because who do they have? They literally have nobody. Deshaun's never going to play for him again. Joe Flacco is, they literally had to bring him out of a coffin to keep playing. Kenny Pickett's not their answer. So this is like Washington, 10, 15 years ago when they took Kirk Cousins and Robert Griffin.
Yeah. One
One of those guys is going to end up being their guy. I think they were planning on taking two, and they said in that room, and again, this is me just trying to put pieces together. I think they said if we take Shedeur in the third, there's a possibility that someone will come and take Dylan before we can get back to him. But the fact that everybody has passed on Shedeur at this point means that we can continue to pass on him and fill the other things that we wanted. And so I think we take Dylan now under the assumption that, like we talked about, the teams that, woulda, shoulda, coulda taken him, they didn't. So I think he's still going to be there. I think it was a calculated risk on their part to take the other pieces that they wanted, knowing that somebody else wasn't going to come and grab them. And they ended up getting both him and Dylan. Now, why did he fall that far? If I'm doing my 2-cent evaluation, I had him as a, probably top of the second kind of guy. Could he have popped into the first if there was a rush on quarterback? Sure. If somebody loved him, sure. But I genuinely think that you're starting to hear stories come out about a team giving him the playbook and say, hey, study this so we can do some film work. And instead of studying it, he came in and asking how the organization was going to support him. I genuinely think that when you're when you're making a decision as an organization to invest millions of dollars, and not just straight cash to him, but this is the person on which you are going to put the foundation of your franchise. Like this, we talked about it a couple weeks ago, and Suk made a great point. Is he a guy that says, "What can I do for your team?" Or is he a guy that says, "What can your team do for me?"
Yeah.
And if you're trying, if you're then making an evaluation at top of second round between talented players who fall into the first category, which is what can I do for your team, versus a talented player who may say, what can your team do for me? I don't, at least for me, it makes sense. So I think you just kind of had a combination, like the perfect storm of all of those different situations come together to a point where you saw a guy fall from potentially, middle of the first round all the way to the third day.
If you take away the Giant personality and all the hoopla that is around Shedeur, do we just chalk this up to a bad quarterback draft, or are we still screaming to the heavens about quarterbacks and how far they fell because the sexiness of the position, the desire, how every team needs a franchise quarterback. Can't this just
what do you mean by that? What do you mean? Say that in a different way.
Maybe it's in comparison to last year, where you see 4 or 5 quarterbacks come off the board in the first round, and all of them, for the most part, have some success. Maybe Penix is still wait and see because Kirk started for most of the year. But can't there just be a year where it's just not as plentiful, and the only reason we're getting this is because of who Shedeur Sanders is?
I think I can agree with the first part of your statement, but not necessarily the second. I think I do agree that this is a year where there weren't as many like surefire first round draft picks at quarterback. And I don't necessarily think that who Shedeur is or what he has been up to this point will determine what kind of player he's going to be, right? Because again, we're still making outside evaluation. Like there is an assumption in this, and all of this, like we're speaking on here. Like he could still end up being a hell of an NFL quarterback. He has the talent to do it, right? It's going to be what he chooses to do from this point forward. So I do think that it is a year in which there weren't as many knock it out of the park first round quarterbacks. And I also think that these quarterbacks who were drafted later, Shedeur being one of them, could also have fantastic NFL careers.
All right, well, we're out of time. The Big Zucchini will be back next week from his Italian vacation. He might have killed the Pope, Joey. I mean, we kind of buried the lead here. The Pope dies, and then he shows up in Rome.
So hold on. So he showed up after the Pope died.
Yeah,
okay.
2
So
days
I don't
after.
think he killed the Pope. I think that he is a cardinal in hiding.
Conclave.
Yeah.
He's there to
he
vote.
Is Suk. He was the mole planted at the Mormon University, right? To infiltrate, to understand. Then Pope dies. Bam, come back. He's summoned back to the Vatican for the College of Cardinals. Suk is okay. Have you seen the movie Conclave?
I have.
No.
It is called a cardinal in Fury. He is an appointed cardinal that nobody actually knows about because his job is in such a dangerous situation. Cardinal, we're gonna have to look this up.
Is that the Ray Fiennes? Is that the Ray Fiennes character?
He's the one who ends up being elected pope.
Oh,
he was the cardinal of.
Nobody knew who he was. Right.
Nobody knew who he was because he was in such a dangerous situation. They didn't want to reveal his true identity, which is what Suk was while he was in Provo, Utah, at the Mormon University. Suk is a cardinal in hiding.
Except for if the twist of that movie is the twist in real life. I got a lot of questions for Jason when he gets back.
Oh, we got all sorts of questions. He's not coming back. That's probably what's going to happen.
Yeah.
He's not going to come back because he will be elected pope.
Oh my God.
And he will take up residence immediately at the Vatican. He will change his name to what do you think his pope name would be?
Pope Iserman.
Iserman the First. Pope Iserman the First. There it is.
Right.
Named after Saint Iserman of Detroit, the incredible hockey player and somewhat mediocre general manager.
Our first
totally
sick and
killed
puck. Yeah.
I've totally killed your next segment. Sorry.
Yeah,
Bye.
that's okay. Bye. That's Joey Harrington, courtesy of Mods PDX, the future of building material. Yes, the first stick and puck coach. You hockey guys would like that. We'll have the club coming up next on The Fan.
Get a taste of that winning.
to George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. A Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Ryan Buckley with this Sports Center update. First on the Fan, some big news in the association today as Spurs head coach Greg Popovich announces his retirement after 29 years at the helm of the franchise. He has the most wins in NBA history and also won 5 championship rings. Tonight on the hardwood, just one game in the NBA playoff, the Warriors trying to eliminate the Rockets in Game 6 in Golden State. That one just moments away from tip-off. Meanwhile, on the ice tonight, a potential elimination game in St. Louis. The Blues had a 1-0 lead, but coming out to start the second period, the Jets just scored to even things up. They are reviewing that for potential offsides penalty. Meanwhile, in Major League Baseball, the Mariners starting a 6-game road trip with a 3-game set in Arlington. They are up 1-0 in the top of the 4th behind a Cal Raleigh home run. And the 151st Kentucky Derby comes your way on Saturday. Journalism, the favorite now at about 3-1 odds. They'll make the run for the Roses just before 4 o'clock on NBC. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Ryan Buckley at the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work? Insurance companies acting like jerks? Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
It's back. The 11th annual Fan Golf Classic at Langdon Farms Golf Club happens Tuesday, June 24th. Presented by your local Toyota dealers. Reserve your foursome now at 1080thefan.com.
The following show may contain adult themes not suitable for children.
Shut the hell up.
Club 1080 with Isaac and Souk.
It does go well with a chicken.
I didn't know hanging out with you was making me smarter.
Full disclosure, Morty, it's not. Temporary superintelligence is just a side effect of the mega seeds dissolving in your rectal cavity.
Oh, man.
Yeah, and once those seeds wear off, you're gonna lose most of your motor skills, and you're also gonna lose a significant amount of brain functionality for 72 hours, Morty. Starting right about now.
Club 1080 with Isaac and Souk is brought to you by Pub Beer, the official beer of cheap fun.
This son of a... He's a bitch. Yeah, that whiny bitch. I told you, you dumb bitch.
You freaking bitch. She is an aloof bitch. Do not clip that, you son of a bitch.
Freaking punch it, bitch.
Lace him up, you little bitch. Let's go.
Bitch. Kick the ball, you little bitch.
Resourceful little bitch. I'm gonna kick your ass, you little bitch. This bitch is behind maintenance. Hop me up over there, bitch. You freaking bitch. I've choked a kook.
It happens.
Isachi. I thought it had been a while since we'd done a nice bitch montage.
What have you learned today, Patrick? Well, that Souk's a bitch. That is what I've learned today.
I like a good Souk montage, too. I was going to do that because he's out. Do you want that? Here, let's get that.
Germany's a great city.
What is the freaking Texans doing?
How many days? I did it. Yeah, you pretty are.
He was a beta theta. It's insane. Why are you going there? He was a beta theta. You knew that. It's insane. I got something's on.
This is much ado about not a whole lot of nothing. The era has become.
There's a little Souk for you.
The other one that you like to do, rapid fire, which I like, is this. Oh, wait, hold on. No, not that.
On the Fan.
America, yeah! Uneducated judge balls! America, yeah! Uneducated judge balls! Yeah! People, no!
You know,
America, yeah!
Every once in a while, you get
That's great.
You guys get some really great drops, and I don't know if listeners out there know this, but I am a P1. I have been for a very, very long time.
Thanks, dude.
So it's like, America balls, yeah. Like I listen to that show live.
Judge balls, yeah.
If I'm not, because I'm a little archaic in the sense that if I'm not listening to you guys live, I don't hear you.
Oh, okay.
It's a time and place thing for me.
I gotcha.
The exception is sometimes the guys in the morning. I'll podcast some of their stuff if I'm up and about and doing stuff. That's also because that 9 o'clock window on the radio is a little rough.
Oh,
and so I go back. And so I go back and listen to them. But yeah, it's something kind of fun. Like as somebody who works here and can pull back the curtain a little bit to know, like, yeah, balls, America. I was like, dude, I was at Delta Park.
I know right where I was. I also like this one of Souk here. This little montage, little Souk montage.
Blip, blip. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Blip, blip.
There you go. A little extra Souk for you.
Such a funny dude.
Yeah, he's got a lot of good drops.
He's a bitch.
Who do you think has the better set of drops, Souk or me?
Well, that depends on what the definition of is. Soup's definitely volume.
He put the USDA stamp on
like,
his dong.
What's you used to have those old singing drops that you used to do.
another thing coming. Rockin' to the dawn.
That stuff's great. See, I love that. But anything, I don't know, man. Like,
I just have always preferred the whites. I
Soup-
wish I
that's the
could
thing.
have more white things. The color white to me just always works.
Could you mix in a black?
I'm asking where the white power rankings go.
Oh yeah, they signed that brown guy, and then I went right past it.
See, the Souk being like a Nazi and racist is just such low-hanging fruit that it's
Hey, the Nazi power hour. Where do I
tastiest,
find that?
funniest fruit I've ever had.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, come on, look at him.
I used to be a
look
big
at him.
wife beater guy.
It's just so good. Why?
Come on.
Well, anyway.
I ate ass.
Sorry, I cut you off there.
No, you're fine.
Our new host of Primetime.
No, you're fine.
Patrick Harris.
I actually went on this run on Tuesday night. I've got some really sexually explicit Mike Lynch drops.
I'm Jason Sakanik. My penis is very, very important.
Are you serious?
Yeah, they're all like innuendos, you know.
Are they in our system here?
They are. They're on
Obviously.
my page, yeah.
What's your page called?
They're the hot corner.
Let's go take a listen.
Yeah, they're on the reds in the top right.
Oops.
I think the top right are Mike.
Hot corner.
They might be me.
We have a
I'd have
lot
to
of
look at
pages here.
I know that. Like, hey, Dusty Caesar's Palace. Can you like clean
here
up?
we go.
Can we get some of these pages cleaned up?
Somebody suggested Augustus Caesar.
Augustus Caesar. I'm very into that.
The Hera has become.
The Hera has become is also great.
You got to be in to do it.
Okay, so not the reds.
Oh.
Whatever color one
You said the
shining
reds.
moment is, should be right below the reds.
Oh. Okay.
Excuse me. He looks really hot. I'm going to go ahead and not even be coy about it. I'm going to poke Patrick Harris.
So there's some pretty good ones in
I
there.
don't mind that.
Yeah.
They're not touching the base. They're just trying to slip it in there. And they're going to do him first.
See?
Okay.
That was
There's
my
probably
big-
6 or 7 guys I can name that I would rather do.
See, that's the best part because Mike is not a very like sexually explicit person. So anytime I could find an innuendo, it was like cut
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, because it made him uncomfortable.
Because it made him uncomfortable, and that's why we do this.
I love it.
That's why we do this. All right, well,
Love
it's
it.
club, huh? You
Yeah.
want to mess around?
Yeah, let's club, bro.
All right, well, club, bro. Coming up next, Primetime, 10 a.m. The Fan.
It's back, and it's
like, what, where? And that's kind of what it thought
Yeah.
to me. The most surprising places to find runaway animals
In Portland?
is more of like a well,
Didn't we
no,
have
it's
a
like
bear?
It's like a non-native animal.
Oh,
You know,
yeah.
that's
So
always
it'd be like a gator in Kansas
yeah, like
or something.
something like that. A giant octopus in the Willamette. Well, found on the highway, actually shut down a highway in Alabama, was a kangaroo
What?
in Alabama. See what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
what in the hell is there a kangaroo in
Okay,
Alabama
so
for?
my mind immediately goes to some Alabama rube with overalls who has it as a pet.
Patrick Starr is
Illegally.
the animal's owner.
Yeah.
Isn't that the name of like the SpongeBob character?
Starfish.
Oh, okay.
Patrick Starfish, right?
I thought his name was Patrick Starr, and he is a starfish.
Maybe he is Patrick Starr.
I don't know.
I met the
Don't
guy.
look
who-
at me, man.
I met the guy who's the voice of him.
Yeah?
Yeah, he's Dauber from Coach.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's what he does now.
I cannot tell you how unimpressed I am with that.
With what?
Just
what I just said.
All of that.
Yeah,
Cannot-
that's because you're
Dude.
skibbity toilet.
Yeah, dude, he was talking. Well, he talked to me. He said
I'm more interested in skibbity toilet than that.
He talked. It was like he did a symposium and he was talking about how he really struggled after Coach because he couldn't get work because everybody just typecast
What's
him.
a symposium?
It's like a TED talk,
Okay.
and then you take some Q&A and stuff like that. And he couldn't get any jobs because everybody just thought he was a lumbering idiot. Went to University of Idaho, played football, blew his knee out,
Okay.
and became an actor.
All right.
Couldn't get any work, and then he started doing voice work, got the Patrick Starr gig, and makes like $250K a year.
Don't all those guys make a ton of money?
Yeah.
The SpongeBob guys?
Yeah, voice acting is where it's at,
Totally.
without a
What a
doubt.
fun job.
Tom Hanks is like 20 mil for 3 weeks of work on a Toy Story.
Is SpongeBob? What's the SpongeBob guy's name? The guy
Like,
who does
who voices it?
Yeah,
I don't know.
He's like super.
I don't know
famous.
who it is.
I
And
don't
I guess
either.
people, all the SpongeBob fans know him, and when they see him out and about, he's like a celebrity. He's like a rock star. This guy.
Tom Kenny.
Yeah, that guy. At least I think.
Tom Kenny.
Is it SpongeBob?
Maybe
Maybe.
he's in a bunch of stuff that was around when I was a kid.
I don't know. Anyway,
Anyway,
Dauber can suck it. I don't care.
I think I heard you guys making fun
Tom
of that
Kenny
show
is
the other
estimated
day.
to be worth $16 million.
Hey, that ain't a bad little life.
Good to be
That
SpongeBob.
ain't a bad little life. That ain't a bad little life.
Yeah, Coach was not a good show.
No. Craig T. Nelson, though. The other Van Dyke.
Wait, what? Are you comparing him to Dick Van Dyke?
Yeah.
Don't.
Jerry Van Dyke.
Oh, is that his name?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I thought you were like comparing him. The
Craig
greatness.
T. Nelson and Dick Van Dyke?
Yes, I thought you were.
No, Jerry Van Dyke is on that show.
Oh, okay.
He's like the old guy that screams.
Yeah, okay. Jerry, I remember Jerry Van
Yeah,
Dyke.
yeah.
Dick Van Dyke is an American treasure.
Absolutely.
And I love Craig T. Nelson, but he should not be in the same breath as the great DVD.
Oh, where were we? Oh, right.
You're in charge of this mess.
I know. Stop
Not
it.
me.
Kangaroos in Alabama. Patrick Starr. He owns a.
Oh, yeah.
He owns a petting zoo.
Yeah, so he's like Joe Exotic.
Yeah, he owns a petting zoo. Where was it? A pumpkin patch and a petting zoo.
Is that legal? Like, you can have a kangaroo in Alabama?
It doesn't say anything about him getting arrested.
You just have to call it a petting zoo.
Yeah, the kangaroo is named Sheila.
What do you think that the...
Sheila's just a pet. She's back home safe. She's up. She's not staged.
Well,
She's
how did
eating.
she get out?
They don't say, but it stopped traffic.
I think kangaroos are cool. You ever seen a kangaroo, like a real-life kangaroo?
No, I have not, but they are kind of one of those creatures, I will say creatures, that feels like you're really cool. You're like one of those guys that like, I really want to hang out with you, but you would also whoop my ass.
They're cool but scary.
Yeah. It's like, I want to hang out with you, but I also really don't want to say the wrong thing.
Well, yeah, because you've seen those videos of them like boxing dudes and stuff.
And just lighting people up.
Yeah.
Although I love the classic one when the kangaroo's like messing with this guy's dog and he just runs out there and just cold clocks him in the face and they're standing there eye to eye. And then the kangaroo turns around and walks away.
Is that a real video?
I think that's a real video.
Are you sure?
I'm pretty sure. Buck, you know which one I'm talking
I
about?
know the one you're talking about. I can't confirm whether it's real or fake. It definitely looks fake, but I don't know if it is.
That is a great video. I've seen it multiple times.
Because, like, the guy goes to protect his dog, or so we think, or at least
Mhm.
that's the way it looks,
Yeah.
and then he hits him, and the kangaroo's, like, unfazed. It's like, okay, now what, buddy? And he just kind of looks at him, and then I think he kind of lets the dog go, and that's the end of it.
And
but
I feel like the kangaroo, or it's like old enough, an old enough video that I don't know if we were really making fake stuff. Like, you think it's like a dude in a kangaroo suit?
No, I don't think it's a dude in his kangaroo suit. I think it's like AI. Or it's like
Oh, see, I don't think it's
CGI.
AI. I think it's too old to be
Yeah,
AI.
you might be right. Hold on, I'm gonna see if Snopes has anything on
I'm
it.
on Snopes right now.
What is Snopes?
This Snopes is like it's like the website where you look
Snopes
up
says
something's
it's real. Says it's a true story.
I did not know there was a
Yeah.
fact-checking website about fake videos and real videos.
Snopes. Yeah.
How do they
Oh,
know?
anything. They just do their best. Sometimes
Do
they
their
don't
research,
know,
yeah.
but they do their best to.
Matthew Amore, who organized the trip in support of a friend who was battling an incurable disease, detailed the events that led his friend to punching a kangaroo. Mr. Amore said it was totally out of character for his friend, Mr. Tompkins, to hit the marsupial, describing him as a placid bloke. My mate has a good government job. He's gone pretty quiet on all this. We were driving along. The dogs are loose. They're trained to smell pig's blood. Picked up a scent. The dog went past 20 kangaroos, which they are trained not to touch. But anyways, this big buck got a hold of my friend's dog, and he just grabbed him.
Yeah, so this was 2016. It's on YouTube. You can watch it. If you haven't seen it, it's the damnedest thing.
I mean,
Man punches
it feels
a kangaroo
famous
in
to
the face.
me.
Yeah, I think it is.
Like it's a famous YouTube video.
Well,
at
let
this
me look
point.
at the
like
views. How do
maybe
you-
not quite double rainbow status, but I feel like it is,
rainbow.
in the pantheon of YouTube videos.
By the way, that double rainbow guy, he died like a
Yeah.
while ago.
Yeah.
Apparently, he scheduled posts out on YouTube like 14 years into the future. So there's like new
Whoa.
stuff of his coming out every day still.
So it's like the first time I ever really saw somebody on the internet on drugs.
And he
Like,
claims he was sober.
Yeah, you're like watching that video and it's like he's like about to cry because the second
What does it
rainbow.
all mean?
It's double rainbow. It's like, wow, dude, this guy's on drugs.
Dude, this is such a great video. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, man.
Buy some drugs.
Dude, so the kangaroo not just has the dog. It
It's
has
like
the
in a
dog in a
headlock.
headlock.
Yeah.
As if it's like
The kangaroo's like
wrestling.
bodybuilder status. It's like rocked
I know.
out.
If you look at the arms, the kangaroo is what they
freaking
say
buff.
yoked.
And that's a big dog too. So he lets the dog go when the guy comes up, and then they just stand there like boxers.
Yep.
Like the kangaroo's like, "What are you gonna do?" And the guy's like, kind of, got his mitts up, and then he just freaking punches
pulls
the
back
kangaroo.
and goes boom. And the kangaroo, like Buck
Doesn't-
said,
not phased.
just kind of takes it like,
Just
whoa.
looks at him like, "You son of a bitch!
I can't believe he
punch
hit
it,
me."
bitch! I'm either gonna rip your head off right now, or I'm gonna go away."
The kangaroo had a moment of, I can't believe he hit me.
And the kangaroo's little kangaroo arms kind of go up like, "Whoa!"
And then
Like,
the guy just turns and runs away, and the kangaroo's like, all right, I guess that's it. I guess I
Dude,
got my ass beat.
That is the coolest video ever. I'm gonna kick your ass, you little bitch. Of all time, that's the coolest video. If you haven't seen it, you have to watch it again. Or I mean, if you've seen it, you have to watch it again. If you haven't seen it, you have to watch it. And then the dogs are just running around.
Yeah.
Is it cooler than that surfer who punched out a shark? Do you remember that video?
No.
I mean, you don't see it as well as this video.
No,
but
I think
there's-
this is way cooler. Because I just didn't know kangaroos bowed up like that. Like, I thought they kick with their little feetsies.
Yeah.
And they claw you, but I didn't think that they bowed up and like, come on.
I mean, they're bipedal, They're bipedal with extended
What's bipedal
limbs.
mean?
Stand on your 2 feet, not on 4. Humans are bipedal. When we come back, can you prevent forest fires? First.
Wildfires.
Wildfires. First, there's Buck with Sports.
Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Ryan Buckley with this SportsCenter update. First on The Fan, big news in the association today as Spurs head coach Greg Popovich has announced his retirement after nearly 3 decades with the franchise. Pop finishes his career with 5 NBA championships and the most wins of any coach in league history. His interim head coach, Mitch Johnson, has already been promoted to the full-time role. On the hardwood tonight, just one game as the Warriors are looking to eliminate the Rockets in Game 6. Draymond Green picking up a flagrant one early in that game against Rocket star Jalen Green. Right now, the Warriors leading 14-13 in the first quarter. Meanwhile, on the ice, the Jets are looking to close out the Blues in St. Louis. Blues got on the board first, but that one now is knotted a goal apiece midway through the second period. On the diamond, the Mariners starting a 6-game road trip in Arlington tonight with a 3-game set against the Rangers. The Mariners now have opened up a 5-0 lead. The scoring started by Cal Raleigh with a solo shot. Raleigh then followed it up with a grand slam in the top of the fifth. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Ryan Buckley at the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work. Insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
The original home of the Herd with Colin Cowherd. Weekdays 9 to noon. 1080 The Fan.
I had my feet kicked up for the segment.
Your like eyes were like right above the cameras. You just like look half there.
Yeah.
I was initially concerned for the first portion of the show because right after Dusty left, you kind of had feet up, kicked out, and I'm like, is that a problem for their television cameras?
He was ready. He was ready to not work.
Oh yeah, for TV.
Yeah.
Were we on TV today?
Oh.
Aren't you the producer?
People don't tell me these things.
Yeah, we have nothing. We're on TV for the first hour.
Oh. Is it still CW stuff?
CW.
That's
yeah,
right.
Okay, all right.
But none of us have anything to do with it. Well, I don't.
Does it just come from the YouTube feed?
No.
Or
well, what camera is it then?
It's the same camera.
Well, they have multiple cameras. Yeah, I think they have the feed from the same cameras, but they can cut them differently.
Yeah.
I think
they have somebody. I think they have somebody working.
So some poor dude is in.
They have like a director in a studio over there that's like cutting cameras.
And he's like never met any of you guys, and it's like, God, I hate these idiots.
Yeah, we've talked on email once or twice, maybe.
I guarantee you, he hates us.
One time they called because there was something blocking one of the cameras.
How'd they get the phone number?
Look, it's
Did the phone ring, Buck, and you were like, oh my God, I've never seen this thing ring?
No, when we first struck this deal up, I provided my contact information and they theirs, and so they...
How professional of you.
Yeah.
Good producer.
That's right.
As you know, Patrick, it's a high-budget operation. I mean, I didn't think anything could get more low, but never mind. I should shut up.
You just caught yourself
Yep.
as you say it out loud.
Yep.
It is always fun
Shut
to
up,
realize. To realize as it's coming out of your mouth.
Shouldn't say it.
Shouldn't say it.
Let's get to, hey, I want to get to your clip. Buck, can we get the Sam Elliott, Patrick clips? We need to get this lined up because...
Only you can prevent wildfires.
Only you can prevent wildfires.
Beef tacos.
Beef tacos.
Okay, so I think that's good enough. Is that our best clip of
Here are 3. This was the first one from Hot Corner.
Only you can prevent wildfires.
See, I think the voice, only you can prevent wildfires.
Don't like that one.
No, only you can prevent
No, it's the first
wildfires.
one.
The first one's the best.
Yeah.
Because it's deeper. Yeah.
Yeah. So can we put the first one next to Sam?
Only you can prevent wildfires. Only you can prevent wildfires.
Yeah, I think that's our best bet.
I think so too, but I think he's going to know.
Yeah, he is.
I think he's going to know.
But if we did the only you part, only the only you
Yeah.
part, I think that he would
Yeah,
be fooled.
cut up
Only you can prevent wildfires.
That's cute.
Yeah, I don't know what it is. What do you do if you have this voice of mine?
What do you mean?
Well, you know,
Keep talking.
I never knew this thing. I never knew this thing was like such a big deal. But boy, everybody not named Patrick has something really interesting to say about my voice every time.
You know what I'd do if I were you?
Huh?
I would create your own voiceover business.
Do the SpongeBob thing. Be a $16 million man.
I do have a
with,
degree in
voiceover.
theater. I was an actor for a long time.
Well, create your own voiceover business.
Yeah, I know.
And then you can just work from home
That'd be pretty dope.
in your dirty undies.
But like, I went. I had to pick up something from my wife from her job the other day, and I met a bunch of her coworkers for the first time. And of course, the number one thing they got to say to her is about the voice.
Yeah. Well,
Last time I was on Primetime, I did a croon off.
Oops.
With old Schultze.
Yeah. Well, it's a good voice. I'm not gonna lie. You got a nice voice. I'm jealous of it, really.
Which is weird because I don't think about it ever.
Did you smoke?
Yeah.
Do you smoke?
No.
Was smoking part of why you sound like that?
Nope. Sounded like this before.
Did you?
Yeah. I mean, it probably got a little more raspy and, you know.
Catalonian beef ragu.
Beef ragu.
Do you think Elliot smokes? Is he a smoker?
I think he was a smoker. Yeah, in the
Sure
70s,
sounds like
80s for sure. No, it was always kind of like this. I don't get it. It's
What?
something I never think about, yet is constantly brought up in my presence. The worst is, yeah, you do have a face for radio. Oh, God.
Yeah, I get that all the time.
Oh, God. And then Harrington hits me with the Neil Patrick Harris.
Yeah.
I was uncalled for.
You never hear that, do you?
I got his phone number.
You're Doogie.
I'm gonna send it to other people and have them prank him.
Doogie Howser.
No, I wouldn't do that. I could probably get fired from here.
Neil Patrick Harris, underrated.
Hilarious.
Very good. Yeah,
Hilarious.
he's very good.
Physical humor.
Yep.
Hilarious.
And he knows what's up. I never watch How I Met Your Mother, but
No, I
I've
can't.
seen him in other
I,
stuff.
I can't watch those network TV shows with the canned laughter. It's like I grew up watching those, you know, like Seinfeld and Friends and things like that.
They're the worst.
But once I got to a certain age, it's like, man, you can't even say, you know, you can't say damn. You can't like, it's like controversial when a white guy's dating a black girl. Like, it's so cringy.
Well, they're all dumbed down.
Yeah,
you know?
like the Big Bang Theory and the How I Met Your Mother.
Yeah, pretty stupid. What's your favorite show right now? What are you watching?
Ooh, I'm watching Andor because I'm a Star Wars nerd.
What? Andor?
Andor, yeah. It's really good. We just finished Severance.
Great show.
We also just finished The Pit.
Which one's that?
That's Noah Wiley, Emergency Room.
Oh, yeah, you said that the other day. Yeah, no, I can't get into that one.
Really graphic.
The best show on TV right now, Mobland.
Yeah, I haven't got into that.
Freaking great.
Yeah.
Well, it's Guy Ritchie.
Oh, he's doing TV.
Yeah.
See, he's got that cool style.
Yeah.
That style
Very
always
unique.
worked.
Yep.
Always worked.
Yep.
You know, the Lock, Stock, and the Snatch, those movies.
Everything he does is great. in my opinion. And and Tom Hardy is wonderful in it.
Oh, I like
Pierce
him.
Brosnan's in it.
I like Tom Hardy a lot. I always found it interesting. When I saw The Revenant, and it was like Leo got his Oscar, and I was like,
what about Tom Hardy? My wife said she would leave me for Tom Hardy. We were watching it the other night. She goes,
he's good looking.
She turns to me and goes, babe, he's in my 5.
Well, they don't look alike in any way, but he's got the Sam Elliott vibes to him. A little rugged, but also a little like mysterious.
Yeah.
And that grunty, gritty, sexy.
Yeah, he's tough guy, sexy.
Yeah.
Like me.
Yeah. I think Jeremy Renner has that too a little bit. Maybe a little more clean cut.
I think he plays those parts, but I don't think
Yeah.
he's that way. Tom Hardy seems like just a dude you want to go drink a bottle of Jameson with.
Well, you'd
You
have
know?
to bring 2, one
You
for
get
you,
one.
one for him.
Right.
Yeah. Great actor. Plus, if you see him in Inception, he plays the complete opposite character of what he normally plays.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he's like a very feminine-driven homosexual, very cerebral and kind of quiet, but not this like kind of dude that he.
Who's he married to?
Probably a hot.
I'm gay, I'm gay, I'm gay.
Isn't he married to someone famous?
I don't know. I don't keep up with that stuff. I can't follow it enough. You know, I never
Wife?
know.
Her name's Charlotte. Charlotte Riley.
Charlotte Riley.
Yeah, Peaky,
Charlie.
She was in Peaky Blinders.
Oh, there
Another
you go.
great show.
I didn't see that either.
What? Dude, that show's great. One of my favorites of all time.
Yeah.
Peaky Blinders.
Trying to watch more TV. It's just difficult, man. My kids are young still, you know? So it's like hard to find that quiet time to watch a TV show. And
Yeah, I hear you.
and if my wife and I want to watch it together, she's asleep 10 minutes in.
That's what Buck's got going on right now.
Yeah.
He's got the littles.
Like Buck, you ain't watching TV for at least
What's
a
the
decade.
yeah, you don't. Well, you guess you and your wife watch shows late.
Well, that's the thing. We try to, but one of us is usually so wiped by the end of the day
Yeah.
that like it'll take us sometimes 1 or 2 sittings to get through like an hour episode of
Yep.
something. So we try to stick to more half-hour programs because they're easier
Yeah.
to follow all the way through on.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, like it's taken us a month to try to finish season 2 of Severance. We're still not there yet.
Yeah, we hit, and I don't think it was because of a point in the show, but we hit a lull with
And-
like 3 episodes to go,
and that
and
show
we
can
waited
be-
like 2 weeks
It
before
can
we
be
even
dark
did it.
in lighting. It can
Mhm.
be slow in pace, and it can be like dialogue heavy without a ton of action. And so, not a good recipe when you're dealing with 2 sleepy parents.
Yeah, sleepy parents.
Tom Hardy has admitted to sex with men. Did you know that?
That's dope. Good for him.
Yeah.
I ate ass.
God.
That is insane. I can't
That is
believe
insane.
I can't believe he said that out loud. Is that out of context?
Yeah,
he
that's
was
out of
talking about
context.
falling. He was like, I think he was on one of those.
Oh, he
little,
was
like-
trying to say I ate S.
Yeah.
Yeah. No. Like, he was. I think he was saying I ate ass, but in the way like I fell and like I ate it on.
No. Like I ate dog poop.
No, I don't think
the
so. I
S
think he was
word.
saying I ate ass, but what he meant is like I was falling on my ass.
What he meant was I ate S. Yes.
Yeah,
what
I
you're
ate
saying.
S.
But he said I ate ass,
ass.
and then he realized what he said, and he went, eh.
I ate ass.
Which makes me think he does.
Yeah, Tom Hardy, 2010.
I
He
think
said,
Suk was on one of those lime scooters when he.
See,
ate
I
ass.
think more people, like if you're into that stuff, or if you wanted to check it out, I think more people should be more open about that. Normalize
it's
it.
up to them.
Yeah, dude.
But he said, I'm an actor. He goes, I'm an actor for F's sakes. Of course I have. That's what?
What?
He said.
What?
That's what he said.
So
Of course I've tried
So if
dudes.
you have an artistic or quirky profession, of course you've tried doing it with the same sex.
Well,
I think
when
he's
you're
just saying there's a lot of that in
when
Hollywood.
you're an actor, though, you're looking for a high. There's a high in acting, and it's like an emotion and a feeling and an experience, out of body things that you don't normally come across. So I'm sure he's probably just chasing that high. Like, man, I'm not normally with dudes. How cool would this feel? Trying something new and crazy, is what I would imagine.
He said, I've played with everything and everyone. Wow. I love the form and physicality.
He's the only guy on planet Earth that thinks the unit is good looking.
Yeah, he said, now that I'm in my 30s, it doesn't do it for me. I'm done experimenting.
They
Wow.
are going to rock your ass for 2 hours.
So I have learned today that Suk is a bitch, and that
He's a
he
bitch.
eats ass.
I ate ass.
He ate ass once. I'm telling you, Mobland's great.
That whiny bitch.
All right, we'll get out of here. We'll wrap this show up next. Primetime, 10 a.m. The Fan.
The home of
Going down for
Did
sure.
they even attempt to see the Pope?
Yeah.
No chance.
I
They
would
took
agree.
one look at the lines and left. Went to a bar. Although, yeah, it's one of two things. Either that, like they bailed on all of it. They're like, dude, you wouldn't. He's going to come back and I think what he's going to say is, you will not believe the sea of humanity that was at the Vatican.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Or it's going to be, yeah, dude, you won't believe it. We got all the way to the front of the line, saw the Pope's little dead feet. You know?
Do you think, does he travel like I travel, where I'm basically just going to new places to eat and drink?
Yes.
Yeah. Do you travel that way?
Yes.
Yeah. I love traveling that way.
I'm less of
I mean, I will definitely see the sights.
Although
and
he
see
didn't
the
plan
things.
this trip. This was
No,
already
he-
planned. It was planned
But
for a buddy's
everything-
birthday, and he's just going along with
Everything is about where am I going to eat, when am I going to eat, where am I going to drink, and what am I going to drink.
Correct. There is not, when I'm on vacation, there is not 20 minutes that goes by at any point of the day that I don't think about having a drink.
Without a doubt.
On vacation.
And I'm not really like food-driven person, but on vacation, it's food as well.
It's like, when
ooh,
am I
I'm
going to
hungry.
start? Yeah, and food. And where?
Yeah.
Like, that's such a huge thing when you're on vacation. I'm not a huge sightseer, go do everything guy.
Mm-hmm.
Not a huge adventurer. I just like people. I like hanging out with locals.
Yeah.
I like seeing, like going to places and eating and drinking, like you said, and just walking around and
Like, for example,
being
wife
me.
and I were in Paris 2 summers ago.
Gay Paris.
And Gay Paris. And seeing the Eiffel Tower, that's good enough for me.
How long
I
did
don't
you
need,
look at it?
I don't need 15 seconds.
I will say the Eiffel Tower.
I don't need to like go up the elevator and into the gift shop. We were in a cab, and the cab driver goes, "There is Notre Dame," and I was like, "Oh, cool, the church."
Nice.
And we moved on.
The Eiffel Tower is
You're
one of those things that I feel like I saw it on postcard. I'm like, I don't really need to see that. And then I actually saw it in person. I'm like, okay,
pretty cool.
It's pretty cool.
It's
pretty
amazing,
cool.
right?
And you
'Cause
can,
it's huge.
yeah. You can walk around the city and it just pops up sometimes. Like you turn down a road, and then there's like a clearing.
But to your point,
enough
Patrick,
to just see it.
Paris, an amazing city, simply for eating and drinking,
Yes.
and doing nothing else.
But I guess I mean it in the sense that there's like, there's the Louvre for the Mona Lisa. There's Notre Dame. There's the Archway. There's all these like tourist sightseeing things. And I would rather just walk somewhere to get a drink or get some food
Yes.
and then see it next to me. Be like, oh wow, that was cool.
Yeah, I'm with you 100%. Those types of things are merely filler in between drinks.
Mm-hmm.
That's all those are.
Yeah, like Bourbon Street. I've never been to New Orleans, but if I go to Bourbon Street, I don't know. I feel like I would just stand there and see the stereotypical look and go, okay, where are we going to eat and drink? Like I don't want to
Did you
hang
say
out there.
Did you say Bourbon Street?
Yeah.
Oh, dude, no. Totally different.
Yeah?
Yes, because Bourbon Street is you. Like you and Bourbon Street would have sex.
Okay.
You're gonna love Bourbon Street because that's all it is.
That
Like,
is the activity.
Let's
It's
duck into
drinking
this
the bourbon.
bar. Let's duck into
Okay,
that bar.
all right.
There's no sights. It's all just a bunch of drunk people.
I'm doing
And-
Vegas for the first time in June, and that'll be probably my big test
Yeah.
of like, how well do you do this? Like I'm excited to go up to Fremont, to kind of
Okay.
like
Yeah, it's
kind
kind
of
of cool.
just duck in and grab
Yeah,
a drink here. People watch, duck in, grab a drink there.
Same thing.
Yeah,
Yeah, play some cards at one crappy casino, have a beer,
I'll do that. Yeah, like
duck
once.
into the next one and have 2 beers.
Mhm.
Maybe you have a good table and you stay at that next table for all night, or you go down the road.
I don't know how much I'm going to gamble, to be honest with you.
Oh, okay.
Text line asks if Suk traveled all the way to the Vatican just to go to the TGI Fridays.
Do you know that story?
No.
He was
So-
in Mexico City and he went to a Chili's.
Yeah, he went and ate late night at a Chili's in Mexico City.
How drunk are you?
Yeah, they were drunk.
You have
But,
to be.
Come on, dude. Mexico City's like one of the best food cities in the
Yeah,
world.
no kidding.
So anyway, we gave him a lot. We're never going to let him live that down. So now we think he's probably going to Buca de Beppo in freaking Venice.
As an American, I can see that, okay? My wife and I were once in Bruges, and we walked by a McDonald's, and there was, no joke, 25 18-year-old dudes there. Just stoked. They were like locals, or like
Local
Belgian.
people. Yeah.
Like stoked to be eating McDonald's.
Yeah. Well, that's fine. But I mean, come on, dude. You go on vacation,
But
you're
yeah,
eating at McDonald's.
American Tex-Mex in Mexico.
Yeah.
That's
Are
pretty
you
brutal.
eating at Chili's in any other city in
Yeah.
the world?
My hotel in Paris was next to a Domino's. I did not eat Domino's.
I was going to say, did you order a freaking Domino's
I did
pizza
not eat
in
Domino's.
Paris?
I did not.
How were the French, by the way? Were they all right?
They were very nice.
Were they?
Yeah, but
'Cause when they travel,
but
they're-
we're nice. So
Are
it was
we?
like, excuse me, we were very, self-deprecating. Like, I'm sorry, I don't speak the language. We don't need much. I met a cab driver. I said, "Parlez-vous anglais?" which is, "Do you speak English?" And he said, "Oh no." I was like, "Oh hell, what do I do here?" "Parlez-vous español?" He goes, "Sí, mi amigo." I was like, "All right."
Wow.
So I faked my Spanish way
Did
through
you
that.
wear a beret?
No.
Why not?
Nobody wears a beret. Not even the French. All right, that'll do it for us. Suk will be back on Monday. Isaac, thank you so much, as always, for letting me in a couple times this week. The
Peace,
show is
bro.
yours on Monday. Once again, congratulations to Dusty Hera, the new boss.
Yeah.
And that'll do
We'll
it for
see.
us.
By the way, can I say something before we leave? He's already replied all the people congratulating him on the stupid email.
So now we
with
hate
some
him.
stupid corporate
I can't wait to get started.
Dusty.
For Isaac Ropp, that's Ryan Buckley on the ones and twos. I'm Patrick Harris. Go do something I do.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.